We all set with the...
Where? He's
Yep.
on. He's on right now.
Good evening, everyone. I want to welcome you all to tonight's meeting and remind you that it's being recorded and broadcast by WHCA. Tonight is June 8th. If you could all join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, could you take a moment of silence together? Thank you. Okay. So Chris Howard is on the phone tonight, so I'll be acting as chair, and all votes will require a roll call. So we'll start off with public comment. If anyone has something? Justin, sure, come on up.
How's it going?
Good.
Justin Evans, 57 Candlewick Lane, Whitman. Congratulations on another successful graduation this year.
Thank you.
Sorry that I couldn't be there. I quite enjoyed last year. However, that's what brings me here today. I noticed a practice at last year's graduation that is kind of at odds with this committee's commitment to equity and inclusion. Whitman Hanson is one of the only districts that still genders their graduation robes. Boys wear black, girls wear red. It's a practice that most South Shore communities have gone away from. And the reason being is that for non-binary, gender non-conforming students and trans students with, I guess, less understanding families, it puts them in an awkward situation. They don't have a natural robe to choose. When my wife's district faced this challenge a couple of years ago, they went to one robe across the board with both school colors on it. And looking at, since I noticed this, I've been looking at other districts, it seems like a lot of schools are going that way in the spirit of Pride Month with about a year to go before the next graduation. I'd just like to bring that to the attention of this committee, to the building principal back there and the student advisory board here, and ask you to do right by our students.
Thank you, Justin. Appreciate that. Hey there. You could just identify yourself.
Sure.
Yeah.
My name's Annie Gray. I live at 100 Whiting Avenue in Whitman. I'm also a social worker, so I echo what was just said. It's incredibly important, so I fully support that. I'm here tonight because I wanted to ask the committee to see if you could spend some time discussing and looking into what would need to happen to push back the start of the high school day. I believe it currently starts at 7:05 a.m., which is incredibly early. I am here primarily as a professional. I have my own private psychotherapy practice in Whitman. I specialize in treating adolescents. I'm treating your students, right? Additionally, I'm a parent in town with 3 kids who go to the public schools here. My oldest is Caroline Gray. I'm sure she loves that I'm here publicly stating that, but she's a freshman. She's a high-performing student and does really well thus far athletically, and so it's been very difficult to observe the schedule that these students are put under. Whether you're a student and that's your primary focus, whether you're a student who is also an athlete, or you work because that's your choice or your family needs you to work, or you have other extracurricular activities, music, theater, we are asking these students to do something that is physically unhealthy, that is mentally unhealthy. So the bus this morning picked my daughter up before 6:20 a.m. I wasn't even awake. I had to be woken up because it was downpouring. And of course I asked, drive her. She wakes up at 5:40 in the morning. Most of your students are waking up in the 5 o'clock hour. It's too much. So as a therapist, I can tell you that the data says over and over, this is unhealthy, not just for the medical systems, right? GI systems, just all the physical symptoms that come with this. You have students with epilepsy. Sleep is really, really important for regulating and controlling seizures. They cannot get enough sleep. You have other medically compromised students as well. But the three biggest mental health needs of adolescents at this time: depression, anxiety, and ADHD. So that's inattention, right? They're all greatly impacted by sleep deprivation, and the current start time is really mandating that the majority of your students are sleep deprived. So I'm asking, I understand you're very, very busy. People have a lot of valid, important topics, but as you walk into the next few weeks, as you're picking which topics to focus for your strategic working plans, I'm not getting that language right, but I think you're having some
Workshops?
workshops. I'm really imploring, not just as a mother, but more so as a professional. I'm not perfect at it, and I'm learning every day, but I know what I'm talking about with this, okay? I'm an adjunct professor at Fordham University for graduate school, and I treat all of your students, not all, but a lot of my clients are yours. So we have a mental health crisis. That's about the only thing this country can agree on. You have a very concrete way of addressing that, not just for your students who have needs, but for your current healthy students. This is a way to prevent needs. So I know that I don't have more time, so if people would like me to come and engage in any workshop, or if you want more data, I'd be happy to do that. Some people in this room know how to get a hold of me. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Justin. I'm sure we'll be having both those topics on the agenda in future meetings. Thank you.
Student advisory.
Yeah, move on to student advisory.
Chris, if I may
Sure.
interrupt,
Yeah.
introduce the students as the committee outreach coordinator to the students. We have Noah Roberts, who is a junior, moving up to senior, and Emma McKeon is a sophomore, heading into her junior year. We met today to review the agenda and discuss topics that the committee will be discussing, and then the students know that if they have questions or feedback from other students, they can openly share it at this moment, and the committee can take that under advisement.
Sure, sorry, I missed your name, but what's your name?
I'm Noah Roberts. I'm
Noah?
a junior at the high school.
And your name, sorry? Emma? Yep.
You are a senior. No,
Sophomore.
Oh, wow. You
You want to be rushing yourself. Actually, I should also mention, so also Riley Getchell is a junior. She also met with us today, and she is at a school function right now and may come in shortly. And then it was Anna Flynn and Cece Goyette, and they're seniors, and they've graduated.
Okay. All yours, Noah. Thanks.
Perfect, thank you. It's great to see everybody again. I'm glad I could make it to this meeting. So what we had Emma, Riley and I had planned originally was we kind of had a list of different things, but just hearing those two comments, I figured I would touch on those immediately. So going off the first point, I completely agree with that, and I feel that a lot of students also express that same thought. And I know that this year, I think that there was some flexibility within the graduation robes, because I know that there were some girls who decided to wear black because that made them feel more comfortable, or maybe that they were non-binary and they were able to pick theirs, but I don't know how open that is. And like was said before, maybe they're not fully open with it, which might make them uncomfortable at home. And I think that's a great push, and yeah, it would be really productive for next year. All right. And jumping to that second point right away, start times, I feel like it's been an issue since like first grade. Like we've been writing small essays about waking up early, and I feel very strongly about it as somebody who doesn't get a lot of sleep because I'm up studying for classes, or it's sometimes hard to start my work immediately in the afternoon. I remember in the winter sometimes, might sound crazy, but some of this is on me obviously, but going to bed at 1, 2 a.m. and then waking up at 5 is just like, it really drains you after a while, especially when you do have sports in the afternoon as well. And I feel as if I'm able to manage my time fairly well, but I know that students that have to work multiple jobs after school, along with sports and things, definitely have a much harder time than me. And I feel that a later start time would benefit me overall. And I know not every student feels the same way as me. I don't understand how people function on 6 hours of sleep, because I definitely can't. But I feel that when speaking to the majority of students, like, this always comes up, and they feel as if the hope is lost. Like, oh, this is just the start time. This is just like how it is. Like, there's nothing we can do about that. But I feel that if those students, speaking for myself as well, were to have a voice and be like, oh, maybe there is a possibility if I can express my concerns, if I can express my health issues that have come along with this, then that would be amazing progress to have. Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, I'll say that you're not alone. So like I said, I'm sure we'll be talking about it in the future. Yeah, thanks.
Hi. I just wanted to talk about some of the things and open conversations about a lot of the things I've heard around with my peers and just people I've been talking to lately. So one of the things I wanted to maybe just touch base on was like the different tracks of how our education kind of is in the high school. So what I mean by that is the way we have academic, honors, and AP levels. So a lot of kids have I feel like in their mind, in their thought process, is that academic level is just, most kids want to stay away from it because I feel like having that lower level, they don't feel like they're smart, I guess. Not even that, but they just get that feeling that like they have to be a step up. Most kids just sometimes want to feel like they're a little higher and they just don't want to be on the lowest level. And I just think that when we only have 2 levels before AP classes, it's starting to make some kids go into honors classes that just maybe shouldn't be in the honors class, not because they are not smart enough, not because they don't know enough, but sometimes because they don't want to do all the work, or they don't want to pay attention as much. It's just harder for some kids. And what I'm really trying to just say is I really believe there should be like a middle standpoint between academic and honors, because some kids just don't know the middle, if that makes sense. I'm trying to explain it the best I can, but I just think that it would be easier for us to have a middle standpoint to where sometimes I feel like I'm awful at history. I'll just say that as an example. I'm just really bad at memorizing, and it's just not my strong suit, which is totally fine. But I try my hardest, and sometimes just the honors classes are really hard for me because it's just, I don't know. It's just the way the levels are. I just believe there should be one in the middle. I've seen a lot of other schools and a lot of other ways that people have that middle point, and it's just easier for them. Because sometimes when I'm in the academic classes, I'm just excelling so much, and then I go into that honors class and I'm so behind. So the way the 2 classes are leveled out, I feel like there should be a middle standpoint.
Thank you.
And then one of the other topics I wanted to talk about were the way the teachers have been going about the way they're teaching. So, for example, say I had English and my friend was in English, but we're both in an honors class or we're both in an academic class. The teachers seem to be teaching very differently. So I could be halfway through my first book in English, but my friend who's in the same exact level class, they're 3 books ahead of me, and we don't know why. And it's just starting to feel a little like you don't know if you truly get the entire curriculum that you're supposed to get because you're confused on why you're 3 things behind your other friend who's in a different class. So I think we just need to figure out like the way the teachers are teaching. Not that any teacher is bad at their job, but it just worries me that some of us are like so ahead and some of us are so behind that we might be pushing ourselves too hard or we might not be learning enough, if that makes sense.
Yep.
And that's all I have.
Thank you, Emma.
Thank
Yep, appreciate that. Next on the agenda is the meeting minutes. 3:16 is first. I'd entertain a motion at this point to...
Second?
And again, we're going to do roll call votes because Chris is joining us on the phone. So I'll just go down the list here. Actually, I can start here, yeah. Mr.
Yes.
Boyce, yes, yeah. Michelle?
Yes.
Yeah. Don?
Yes.
Yeah. Glenn?
Yes.
Glenn, yeah. David?
Yes.
Yep. Hillary?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep. Fred?
Yes.
Yep. Chris?
Yes.
Yeah, and Chris Scriven is yes as well. Yep. Thank you.
Do we just have one set?
I'm sorry?
One set?
We have two
Okay,
more.
okay,
Yep.
thanks.
No, we have 511 as well as 523, so I'd take a motion to approve 511's meeting minutes. Okay, yep.
Second.
Second by Steve, okay. Again, Mr. Boyce?
Yes.
Michelle? Yes. Yep. Don?
Yes.
Yep. Glenn?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
David? Yep. Hillary?
Yes. Yes.
Dawn, Beth?
Abstain.
Fred's abstaining, and Chris?
Yes.
Yes, and Chris Scriven is a yes as well. All right, and last for the meeting minutes is 523. I'd entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Roll call, start with Steve again.
Yes.
And Michelle.
Yes.
Dawn?
Yes.
Glenn?
Yes.
Yeah. David?
Yes.
Hillary?
Yes.
Beth?
Yes.
Yes.
Excuse me, Fred? Chris Howard?
Yes.
And Chris Scriven's a yes as well. Thank you. All right, so at this point, I'll turn it over to the superintendent for his report.
Thanks, Chris. So before I get to one of our special guests today, we have quite a few in the gallery. I just want to say congratulations to the class of 2022 from Friday night and from Thursday night. For those of you that don't know, we had a celebration for our community evening school on Thursday night here in the Performing Arts Center, the John F. McEwen Performing Arts Center, and then on Friday night outside. Special thanks and congrats to the directors of CES, Bill Glenn and Joe Chismar, and kudos to the principal for running a really good graduation, an hour and 24 minutes, which is a record.
Just make a comment?
Yep.
Who had the under?
Right?
Yeah, so I'll just take some liberties here if I could. I attended both ceremonies. I always look forward to the community evening school graduation. It's one of my favorite dates of the year. It never disappoints. It's always a room full of people that, everything's heartfelt, and they've obviously had personal challenges that they've all overcome, and it's great to be around that. And with the graduation up on the lawn for the rest of the students, I've been to a ton of them. That was exceptional, particularly the valedictorian speech. And I just have to recognize a young man that I've known for a long time, to watch Mason Giovi walk up and accept his diploma was pretty inspiring. So I just felt the need to recognize him for that.
Great comments.
Thank you.
Yeah. And a shout out to April Keys
Yes.
and the
Sure.
speech.
Yes, thank you.
Was inspirational. All the speeches were inspirational. I don't want to shut anybody out, but it was outstanding. So as we move along, we have a special guest. Mrs. Margaret McEwen is here to give out a very special award. So Ms. McEwen, the mic's yours.
Well, thank you again for inviting me to be able to present this award tonight, and for allowing me to continue to recognize John McEwen's legacy to the Whitman Hanson Regional School District. John had a reputation for identifying and acknowledging those who made contributions to the school community: students, teachers, staff, parents, members of the school committee, or the community at large. He believed that a school was not a building, but a community of support that maximizes personal growth and development for all students and staff. In making decisions, he always relied on taking action that would be in the best interest of the students. To capture what John valued most, my family and I decided to create the Do What's Best for Kids Award. The award's purpose is to recognize individuals who offer extraordinary vision, creativity, and competence in the execution of his or her job responsibilities, without expectation of recognition or reward. Since the award's inception 8 years ago, The nomination process itself has helped to create a climate district-wide for the staff to observe people who go above and beyond their carrying out their everyday duties, especially those who may be among the unsung heroes who make a difference in students' lives. This year's recipient is among those people who may have slipped through the cracks as an unsung hero. Fortunately, for all assembled here, I have the honor to introduce you to this year's recipient of the Do What's Best for Kids Award, Carmen Maria Robles. Carmen Robles' assigned job is a day porter for the Indian Head Elementary School. Her responsibilities include making sure the school not only looks clean, but she makes sure it smells clean. She checks that supplies are readily available for the common areas and bathrooms, and the cafeteria is always ready for any event that's planned. She does an excellent job in carrying out these responsibilities, and as her nomination reported, she does so much more. Carmen is energetic, a self-starter, and always looking for something to do. Mornings before school, she feeds the fish in the school's man-made courtyard pond. Each day, she selects a student who might need some extra attention to help her, and in turn, creates a joyous day for that student. She is the first person to praise students in the cafeteria for doing what they're expected to do. She often passes out stickers in recognition of their efforts. She delivers copies to the teachers in between all her own duties, and when teachers ask for some special assistance, they know that Carmen will do the job correctly and with enthusiasm. Parents routinely rave about Carmen. They have observed her during parent events, sometimes working under challenging circumstances, resolve a situation, and do it with a smile. She never fails to exhibit her usual positive attitude, joy, and professionalism. While the Indian Head Elementary School administration and staff have told Carmen on numerous occasions privately how much she is valued by her school, she is being recognized tonight by the entire district so that they will know that Carmen is an example of exceptional professionalism who does everything without expectation of recognition or reward. Carmen characterizes the epitome of those at the Whitman Hanson school community who are among the unsung everyday heroes who make a difference in students' lives. To quote her principal, she is a diamond. It is for these reasons that Carmen Robles is the review committee's choice for the Do What's Best for Kids Award this year. Carmen's name will be added to the plaque at the front of the Dr. John F. McEwen Performing Arts Center, and she will receive a cash award that she can use towards her own professional development or for a project that would benefit her department. I am personally very pleased, and I know that John would be too, to congratulate Carmen Robles as the recipient of the 2021-22 Do What's Best for Kids Award.
Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody.
Great job.
Thank you, Margaret.
Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to recognize her.
Thanks, Ms. McEwen. Thanks. Just as a side, Carmen's outstanding. Like, everybody wants Carmen in the summer. So we switch up, and the porters are everywhere, and everyone wants Carmen. So awesome choice, and exceptional, Carmen. Thank you. Moving on to personnel. So we have a couple of new faces here, and somebody you might have seen around district. I'd like to introduce our new director of facilities, all the way from Alabama, Mr. Tim Ollie. Come on. I just want to hear you talk.
Well, you spoiled that because I was going to clear that accent up. And let 'em know it's not Boston. I mean, I'm sorry, but it's not. It may be later.
It's
but
not.
It's not. But yeah, I've got 24 years in facility services. I've been in 3 or 4 big school districts. So I'm looking forward to being here. Looking forward to the challenge. And actually, the amount of schools that I've got, I'm really excited about. I had 100 at one time. I've had 275 at one time. And it's just not manageable. So I appreciate Mr. Simonak, Mr. Farrow, and all of you guys giving me the opportunity to be here and grow with you guys. And hopefully in the near future, we'll get everything all organized the way we want it.
So Tim started last week, got to see graduation. Super nuts. If you saw him at graduation, he was driving a golf cart. First to pitch in, driving people out. I don't think he knew where he was going, but he was all over the
They
place.
told me pretty quickly where to go.
Go to the field. And he's shadowing with Ernie until Ernie's retirement the last day of August. So they're both on board, and we're very confident in Tim, and welcome aboard.
I appreciate everybody.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Not as far of a commute. We just looked over to Raynham or Bridgewater. Michael Loesch is the new Director of Special Education coming to us as the Assistant Superintendent of Special Education from Fall River. He's got a quicker commute here, but Mike's on board as of July 15th.
Good evening, everyone. I can't follow that accent at all. But I must say I'm really excited to be becoming a part of such a well-regarded district as Whitman Hanson. Throughout my interviews and tours here, I've really seen some great things already in a short period of time and really got an amazing impression from the admin team here. And I'm really excited to become a part of it. I think with my addition, we can really make some great things here happen in Whitman Hanson. So thank you again. I'm really happy to be a part of the district.
Welcome, Michael. And a face you might have seen in the high school, and then this year a little bit in the middle level, our new Director of Multi-Tiered System of Supports and Equity, Dr. Nikki Siemis-Schneeweiss.
Hello. Actually didn't know I was speaking, so hi. Yeah, I'm the old one. I've been around. I've been here for a while, and I'm really excited for this new role that we're bringing to the district. I think listening to some of the students talk, I mean, this is the stuff we're talking about. We do a great job with our special education. This is the other half, right? Or the other 80% of our students, multi-tiered systems of support. So, and looking at how to make sure that they're being supported and that their needs are being heard and met. So I'm so excited. And I'm happy to be working with all of you and this great team that we brought on. So, thank you.
Thanks, Nikki. Dr. Jones, library. We pitched it last month. Now we're here.
Yeah, nobody applauded when I came. Tough crowd.
Sympathy now. You got that sympathy applause. Way to go.
We'll see if you're applauding when I'm done. No, but seriously, I want to pitch the idea of renovating this library. When the library was built with the building some, hard to believe, 60
in your packet.
Years ago, it was state of the art. It was something that was beautiful to behold, and it was built that way for all its usefulness. It still is a beautiful space. What we want to do is upgrade it and make it a little bit more of a modern space. I do not have, the subcommittee was lucky enough to have, I brought my own personal Vanna White to run around and point things out as I talked about them, but I'll just go through it, and if you get confused at all or you're not understanding what I'm explaining, please just speak up and let me know. So the purpose of the whole renovation is we want to make this library the centerpiece of the high school again. We want this place packed with students. We want students coming in and out during the day as a place where they can hang out, do research, study, have some quiet time, or just listen to their iPods if they want. Or earphones. But in an effort to do that, we have to make some changes, because to get people in, it has to be modernized instead of just books. Now, if you look around, you'll see that a lot of the books are coming off the shelves. We're going through a series of very serious weedings of the books that are not checked out, that are older books that are no longer relevant to students and things like that. We're looking to put high-interest books in, books that are more current or modern. So, as those bookshelves empty out, it's going to serve a purpose. When you come into the library, we're going to go off the corner of this door, come out, make a 90-degree angle and attach to the corner of the office, and we're going to tile that section over there. And we're going to put some high-top tables with some high-back chairs, almost like a cafe-type feel. And we're going to put a TV on the wall where the map is. And we'll move the map to another part of the library where we still have a representation of Hanson in the library for students to see. And then, as you come in further, there's that big piece of furniture right in the middle there between all the four posts. It's actually the same piece of furniture that's sitting right here. It's just turned around, so sometimes it's missed. That was useful when we had desktops, and we had all the desktops along there, and they used them for research, to access databases and things like that. We want to keep that piece of furniture. It's beautiful. So we're going to shorten it by cutting out the middle, and we're going to put it between this pillar and that pillar back there. So that's going to section off this section of the library. There will be a walk space directly across from me here for code and for access and things like that. But that'll make this more of a formal meeting space for school committee, for instance, or for any other meetings, and for testing, things like that, that we need this type of space. The bookshelves, the tall bookshelves, the 5-foot tall bookshelves in the back, the stacks that are back there. Two of those are going to be emptied completely. The other two are going to be pushed out directly behind those two large columns that you see there. And that will start to form two walls or two breaks. We'll use those as walls. Thank you, Mr. Simonek. I appreciate it. Before I get too far down the rabbit hole, make sure you're talking to the mic. He's always pushing me around. So where Mr. Simonek is, once we move those 4 bookshelves, that's a wonderful job, Superintendent. Once we move those 4 bookshelves, we're going to take those 4-foot bookshelves that he's standing right next to his left, and we're going to push them back where the tall ones are. So we'll still have that back area of stacks for books and things like that. We've now moved that big piece of furniture, moved those 4-foot tall bookshelves. The area between those 4 columns, we are going to tile. We're going to put high tables there, like a cafe-style thing with a tile floor with high-back chairs, in an effort to give students a place to gather where they can have a snack, they can have some water to drink, they can come down during class. But most importantly, when you're talking about social emotional learning, supporting students, things like that, a lot of times we get anxiety from the cafeteria, issues of anxiety. That's a lot of students in there. Some students don't feel uncomfortable. Some go to our transition room. Some look to go to counseling, things like that. Well, now we're going to have an area that's not too small, but large enough to add that stepping stone, so students that have some anxiety in a larger area still get to work with sitting with students, and they're not isolated, but they can come down here to a more relaxing space for them. Now, all the other smaller bookshelves that you see, those 3-foot tall bookshelves, we are going to put on casters. And I know that it's hard to see from here, but there is a bookshelf in front of that far column that doesn't quite seem 5 feet, seems a little taller than 4 feet. That's a 3-foot tall bookshelf on casters because we tested it, so we could put books in it and see if it would roll around. The reason for that is the next big thing that we want for this library to be. We want flexible learning spaces. So we want to be able to put all those bookshelves on casters. We can then form walls and different learning spaces for classes to come down and utilize. If we do that, we can hold up to 4 classes in this library at the same time. We'll have a formal setting, we'll have a flexible space here, we'll have the big space with the high tables there, and we'll have a quieter space over off to the side for students to study, hang out, read, or do anything like that. So the key is to have flexible learning spaces, because then we could actually, for like our Summer Read Smackdown that's coming back next year, we can clear all of them out and push them up against the wall, and we can utilize that whole space for an event like that, for a gathering like that. It's modernizing it, it's making it flexible, it's drawing more people in to use it so that this then, once again, becomes the centerpiece of the high school right here on Main Street across from the Student Support Center.
Fred?
Through you, Mr.
Yep.
Chair. When, from the adoption of the idea, if you could tell us how the idea came to fruition. I know when we built this library, it was built for pretty much everything you're talking about, you know, and laid out, you know, in that manner. So I'm just curious as to, you know, we had the idea to do it, came from somewhere.
Yep.
Have we consulted with an educational architect or an educational firm, you know, an expert to lay out the area and what they felt? Have we done those things?
Yeah, I didn't want to jump on you and interrupt. Yeah, we went and visited other libraries of other high schools, And newer high schools that are being built with this more flexible model so that you can move things around. The only issue, and I agree with you, it's a great space. The only issue is we have a lot of stationary objects that we can't move around to change the spaces. The designer that we used is the same designer that did the Student Support Center across the hallway, so we used our same designer that we normally use. He came in, measured it out, looked at it, and we're just waiting for some extra prices to come in versus tile or like a vinyl type tile, which what we're looking at, and in speaking to him, we're looking at more of a vinyl type tile that's a newer product, because when we deal with ceramic tile, we're going to deal with a couple issues. One, if we roll those casters full of books over the ceramic tile, there's a good chance we're going to break the edges of the tile where the grout is. So if we don't spend a ton of extra money to get through color tile, when they break, they turn white. So then they become no good or an eyesore. And they bounce noise. So we lose some of the quietness of the libraries. But with this new material that we're looking at that we actually have in our old transition room down the hall, we're going to put that in there so that it dampens the sound and we don't have to worry about wear and tear.
What about rolling onto a vinyl surface, or is it that hard?
It's fine. It's that hard. It's a harder vinyl surface that we were using in the other floor. Stands up to wear and tear, gaining rapidly in popularity across schools because of how versatile it is and how tough it is.
So was it the charge of the designer to not only design the space, but to evaluate?
Evaluate the space?
Yeah, what do we have? Hey, what you got here is great, it's working if you just do this and this.
He came in and he looked. We told him the vision after looking at different schools and walking around to see how different schools are utilizing their spaces and how they're adjusting the old spaces to modernize them. And then so we told him the vision of it, and he looked around. I explained, well, if we could move this here, this there, that there. And he said, okay, well, have you thought about moving this here, or that might not work right there, and we'd have to do this. So it was a consultation back and forth, and he drew up the plans.
Thank you.
Yep.
Anyone else? Dawn?
I like the idea, and I want to ask about quiet time, though, because I wonder now if students are seeking this location for quiet time, what will they have available? And if it is that, I do love the atmosphere and the idea of the cafe, but could it become too noisy and interfere with the quiet time? And will students need permission to come at lunch? Does this now become the lunchroom?
No, students will have to still sign out. Because right now it's not so much that they get permission from the library. They do that during seminar periods where they get a pass and then they come down, they show their pass, and they come down from seminar to access the library during different periods of the day. But during lunch, they just come up to the table where the people are watching lunch and they say, hey, can I go to the library? Is it open today? And then we have them sign out and they come down to the library.
Okay.
So
So a
it's
limited number of kids who would be utilizing the space, not like...
Right, and it's not, we don't have a specific count. We kind of eyeball it, the people that are having people sign in and out. And if we don't have coverage for the library, there have been times where the students come up to the table and say, can I go to the library where it's not open this period or this lunch period or today, based on coverage that we have down here. It also is a place for our after-school enrichment program, so that will be another program that utilizes this space that can then change things around based on their need for that day. Moving further down the road, what we're also looking at is, if you look at the big circulation desk, that is another piece of furniture that in this day and age really isn't used. The corner of it is used. And so the far corner of it, what we're looking at doing is adding an internship, because we have school service internships that work throughout the school, students work throughout the school. We're looking at doing an internship with the postgraduate program, and utilizing an internship there with that program in conjunction with DECA and the school store, and actually selling bottles of water, selling school supplies, selling spirit gear, stuff like that out of that other corner, so that the postgrads get an internship in business and working in an actual like retail environment. And DECA actually gets the proceeds from that, and that helps students go to the DECA competition for business and things like that.
Anyone else have a comment or question? Hillary?
Have you proposed this to the students or student council or anything, like gotten student feedback? Like, is that something that also drove this at all?
No, I haven't proposed it to the students. I spoke to school council about it and ran it by school council, which we have a couple student representatives on school council.
How popular is, sorry.
No.
Like, how popular, do you keep like a sign-in list of like the students who come to the library during their seminars or during lunch? Like, I'm just wondering if you'll be able to show like a change in the number of students who are utilizing the space?
I have those lists.
Okay.
That's the whole name of the game, is to increase the amount of students coming in. Right now, we do have students coming in. It should be a lot more students. We need to find something to draw students in.
Anybody else?
Yep. So basically, it's stagnation. Nobody's coming in here anymore, or not near as much?
Not near as much,
Because
and
basically, you don't need to go to a library anymore to go to the library. I'm a walking
Well-
library, a couple thousand books.
right. They come down here for research.
Sure.
They come down here, like I said, out of the lunchroom and things like that. Sometimes classes come down, but the whole idea is, and we're working in conjunction with the English department and the history department to get more classes to come down and do
Sure.
research-based things.
In a bigger draw. You want more
Correct.
kids in here.
And what we're doing is, right now, we're in the process, unfortunately, our librarian, media specialist is retiring, so that, in the unfortunate piece of that, that also offers an opportunity for looking for a media specialist type individual that's got some ideas as to pull
Ideas.
kids in with programming and things like that.
You're gonna need ideas to get people in there.
All set?
Yep.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment. I think it's a great initiative, great idea. I think anything we can do to make this building more inviting, more comfortable. We talk a lot about culture and community, and in my mind, those things start with interaction and building relationships, and it seems like that's the direction you're going in, so I applaud your efforts, and I think I'm hoping, for the best, and I think it'll work out well.
Thank you.
Fred?
Two quick things. One, you do see at least this part of the library when you walk by, right after the bell rings, etc., very well used. I don't know how well used the back portions are, and if there's even room for additional people up here, and if that's one of your reasons so that you have more room.
That's one of the benefits of flexible spaces, because we'll be able to slide the bookshelves out of the way. If a teacher comes in and just wants this corner, or wants to cordon this area off with her class, or there's a group that's studying there, you can just pull the bookshelves over.
After school, the kids that come here to do homework, and
That's-
to be able to have someone that can offer them some additional assistance, I think that would be a great use of space.
That's the after-school, and that, I agree with you 100%.
I know Maureen does a great job.
Right, but we can get extras in here. The problem I want, and Superintendent Simak's going to love this, the problem I want is I want to be suffering for staff to staff the library. I want to go to Superintendent Simonak and say, and then eventually you, I need another person, because I want to.
The money.
I want to have.
I told him that already.
You can't answer that yet. I want to have the problem of having enough students in here that staffing becomes an issue.
Yeah.
That would, and one of the pieces of feedback, or key pieces of feedback I got from students as I walked in and out and talked to some students, and we have a student comment or question here, is keep the comfy chairs. Dr. Jones, you have to keep the comfy chairs. So we'll keep the comfy chairs and reupholster them or get new ones.
The one thing that I know that was the key words when we built this, and actually it's supposed to be at the end of the hallways as well, was cafe-style seating. Where you had a couch where people could plop down. Back then, there wasn't really Wi-Fi, it was just coming out, but they could open up their computers or plug in, or, in the event when we get wireless someday.
Imagine that.
15, 20 years, but that's what it was like back then. There was no wireless here. But that was part of the quote-unquote more university-type feel that they wanted to accomplish. And I'm not saying college has to be for every child, but, those that want to take advantage of it, certainly.
Thanks,
College
Fred.
is not for every child, but the atmosphere is for a lot of kids.
That's what I was, thank you for
Okay.
saying it more eloquently than I was.
I got two more comments, and we probably should move on. So, Emma, you had a comment? Yeah, sure, absolutely, yeah.
I just had one question, going back to Ms. Byers' comment about if we're still going to be able to have quiet space, seeing as if there's a TV, what's going to be playing on the TV, and if there's multiple classes down here at one time, are we still going to be able to block the space off to have a point where there will be quiet time, to be able to just sit and whatever, if you just need a break or if you need to study, or just to be able to have time to.
Principal Jones?
Yes, there will be. That's what that far, I'll go.
Yeah, right. I've never seen you turn away from a mic.
Yeah.
So, come on.
Painful, painful. That's what that far side will be for, and that we could cordon off that far side. And classes will still be scheduled. It's not going to be a free-for-all like, Dr. Jones's class comes in and I say, oh, well, geez, I think I want to go down to the library today, and I head down to the library. Doesn't quite work like that. So there will be some scheduling and things like that to make sure it's not overcrowded and that you do get that quiet space that you need. Because one of the beautiful things about, the comfy chairs and everything is sometimes students need to just come down and decompress and just maybe listen to some music and do that. And that's their seminar period, so that's up to them if they want to do that. That's fine.
That's great. Okay, Dawn?
Real quick, for superintendent, I see a quote of request of funding in here. Do you have an idea of the line item or funding source?
It's going to be internal, and I'm still trying to get that quote down with our own folks. It's going to be material costs, labor costs will be absorbed internally. But it will
Would that
come-
be from like a maintenance supply line?
Yes.
Maintenance?
current district budget and potentially next year.
Can I ask where the estimate of 35 came from?
Chris?
That was originally the estimate. We're going to be in well
Where did
under
you get
that.
that estimate? Did you come up with it, or
Just
somebody came
speaking with
in?
Ernie, the director of facilities at the time, he said, looking at this, talking about the idea, and this was right at the beginning, that would cover it, and that's probably what it would cost. That's before we were talking about tile and how much tile and what
Materials have
tile.
gone.
Yes, right.
Right.
And that's what we, this might be a piecemeal piece as we go. So we'll see.
Okay, one quick.
Please keep it brief and we'll move on. Yeah.
Very brief.
Yeah.
Where is the Whitman map?
The Whitman map,
Jeez.
there,
I think it's back there.
It's in the back.
yeah,
It's in the back. It's in the back,
and,
Fred.
and that's one of the, I will make sure, Fred, that they are
Gotcha.
put
You got
together
you, you got you,
in
you got you.
pockets.
It was in the
Gotcha.
hallway or somewhere else that we could.
We got the equity piece covered. Okay, good.
Good question.
Piece covered.
Yeah,
You're
that's
in
good.
here, you're in here.
That's
We'll make
good.
sure you
We
visit.
got you.
All right, thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
And now,
Permission to move out
Ye-
of order.
Yeah, I was going to mention, we're going to move a couple things out of order, just to accommodate the building principals that are here. We're going to do the acceptance of the school improvement plans and the approval of the student handbooks at this time.
So elementary folks, school improvement plans, please, if you could come up. Ms. Downey, you the spokesperson today? You drew the card?
Short end of the-
Short end of-
Everybody, thank you for having us tonight. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Karen Downey. I'm the principal of the Conley School. Dr. Foley is here, the principal of the Duval School, and Dr. Jocelyn, the principal of Indian Head School, and I will speak on behalf of everybody today. I'm doing that because when we develop our school improvement plans, we work together. So one of the first things that we do, the entire principal team sits together. So all six of us sit together and we look at where do we need to go. We start with our strategic plan. What are the things that we've already accomplished? What do we still need to look at? And so that's where we start with. And then we go to our 4 hallmarks. So at the elementary level, the first hallmark, excellence in social emotional learning. At the elementary level, we are going to continue to focus on our grade level competencies that we've been working on. Renewed interest in our responsive classroom, making sure that we're using the tenets of that with morning meetings, and that's across all grade levels. The second hallmark, a pre-K to 12 system of teaching and learning, really has 2 parts to it. It's the curriculum part, which is our benchmark assessments that we will continue using our power blocks to address interventions, pacing guides, all of the things that we have really worked hard on these last year, the year before, to really tighten up our curriculum and make sure that kids are getting the same learning experience no matter which school they go to. The second part of that are the new things that we've brought in. We're going to work on our writing benchmarks 3 times a year. We're going to start focusing back on social studies and science, which with the pandemic kind of fell by the wayside, so we really need to renew some interest in that. And then also kind of a throwback thing, looking back at our MCAS questions and what is the state asking us? Do kids know how to answer those things, and preparing them to take that test. So those are our teaching and learning, the curriculum parts, and then how are we going to deliver that? Where we're still looking at our professional learning communities with teachers, meeting once a week, making sure that we're reviewing data, that we're looking at our curriculum, that our pacing charts, that at grade levels that we're together, and then moving that vertically as well. Using our technology, making sure that our kids know how to take care of technology. We've gone through a lot of Chromebooks this year with broken screens, so making sure that the kids know how to they're practicing good use of care of those. And then also just our intervention schedules. How are we using the personnel that we have? We have our interventionists at the building level, we have our district-wide interventionists, and really making sure that our kids who need who need their gaps addressed, the gaps have been identified, we're addressing them, and we're doing that in an efficient manner. Safety and security, or safe and secure schools, we are going to focus on working with our new operations staff and also safety protocols. And I don't have to tell anybody here, but you watch the news and we know that even at the elementary level, that's something we have to pay close attention to and make sure that our kids are prepared, that our staffs are prepared, and we need to do that through practice and drill. And finally, community engagement. We are so grateful to have the family liaison position with our Portuguese-speaking families. It has been critical in communicating and making sure that families know what's going on in schools. So we're very grateful for that and looking forward to expanding her role. Working with our PACs and PTOs, increasing our membership and getting people back in schools. The partnerships with our senior centers and our food banks, getting back to all of the things that we used to do, Food Bank Fridays and things like that. And then finally, working with our parents to get them back in schools so that they can see what we do. We've spent 2 years, 2 years almost, kind of isolated from our communities, and it's time to get that back and get back to what makes us special at Whitman Hanson, and that's the partnerships that we have. So that's all. Any questions?
Fred?
I know two questions, two things. I know we spoke about it too many years ago now.
Fred,
Some
don't age
sort
me.
of a parental learning as to this is what your child's being taught, this is the homework that they can expect, here are the resources that you can use so that you can help your child at 9:30 at night when they're crying and they don't have it done. Have we been able to expand on that at all?
One of the things that as elementary principals we've talked about is how do we make that happen? So in the past, we had, different schools had different events that happened. We had Conley University for a while, and we had arts fair, and everybody had different things going on in their buildings, but we haven't done any of that in the last few years. So bringing all of those back, but having a curriculum focus to it. Also, one of the other things we've talked about is just workshops for parents. One of the things that parents ask is they don't even know how to talk at parent conferences. Like, what are the things I'm supposed to ask? What am I supposed to know? So one of the things that we've been thinking about is just even if at each school or district-wide here, we try even next year for 3 parent workshops. What could they be about? They could be about, how do I talk to my child? How do I talk to my child's teacher? How do I help with homework? Anxiety, how do I help my child with school anxiety? Because we have a lot of kids who just don't want to come to school, so we have to help them. And then the third one was homework and curriculum expectations. Our teachers are wonderful. They send home weekly emails about this is what we're working on. These are, like first grade, these are your sight words, or this is our Google Classroom page. And they're very communicative with their parents, but we want to push that out to a school level and then a district level.
Thank you. And STEM? Anything
Always. We're working towards it. I know that that's a focus for us with science and technology, and what can we do to improve kids' experiences with that.
Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Thank
Anything
you.
else?
Thanks, Karen.
All right,
Anybody
thank
else? Nope. Excellent.
Mr. Dupre and Mr. Trent are playing hooky. One's in New York and one's in Washington with a bunch of 8th graders. I'd rather be here. But we have Mr. Belvis and Ms. Sandler here to present the middle school school improvement plans. Who gets to speak, or are you splitting it? Oh, there you go.
Yeah, Mr. Belvis will jump in if I forget anything, I'm sure. So thank you for having us in lieu of Mr. Tranter and Mrs. Dupre. So similar to what Mrs. Downey was talking about in terms of process, the entire leadership group works together in terms of taking a look at the district strategic plan and then looking at the school improvement plans to kind of talk about our goals for the upcoming year. And many of what we will talk about here for the middle school are very similar to what Mrs. Downey was talking about in terms of what the elementary schools are working on, just perhaps at a different level for, an older population of students. But to start with, the first hallmark again is social emotional learning and taking a look at how we infuse some of those social emotional skills that teachers have been talking about and really put those into practice in the classrooms. Taking a look at how we empower our staff and students around, obviously the last couple of years with COVID, there's been more trauma our students have experienced, so really taking a look at that and how we can infuse that into classroom settings and support students and trainings and things around that. The second hallmark, again, is focused more on curriculum. So taking a look at our benchmark assessments, things like that. We've been very fortunate to have the interventionists this year and really being able to take a look at data in our PLCs and things like that. So continuing with that. Next year we'll also be fortunate to implement a new curriculum program in both ELA and in mathematics, which will help to kind of align the curriculum 6 through 8. Across both buildings and support student learning in that way. And as a former world language teacher, I am excited to continue exploring and planning for the implementation or reintroduction of foreign languages at the middle school level. So that is in there as well. The third hallmark, again, safe and secure school environments. So again, looking at safety planning, working with our SRO, working with the district, working with operations to ensure that we are implementing those schedules that we've talked about and training our students. Unfortunately, that's a need that we have. That's an unfortunate reality, but making sure we're focusing on that for students and for adults. And finally, the last hallmark, community engagement. So again, similar to what Mrs. Downey was talking with, partnering with our community. In 8th grade, we have a civics project, so expanding that to really work within the community and help students to give back in that way, specific to 8th graders, but with some of our other student organizations, partnering with our school resource officer, the ADA around different things or programming that we can bring in with the schools, the Whitman Hanson Will, for example. And of course, our wonderful new EL family liaison to help us make sure that we are reaching those families that are so integral to our culture.
The only thing I really wanted to add on, and you hit it, but just kind of address with the MTSS, we're also looking at, this year we put intervention blocks in, and we're trying to look at our schedule, a couple of different scenarios to see if we can find more time within our day to offer more interventions. Right now, the interventions happen at the same time as a lot of the other things that need to happen. So we're just trying to see if we can find more time to provide more to more kids.
Thank you. Any questions? Beth?
I have just a silly question, Carrie, sorry. Sure. Is there any reason that there were no staff on the Whitman Middle?
So I know that Mr. Dupre worked a lot with the PAC around these conversations. Yeah. And so there was individual, I think, kind of staff involvement through PLCs and things like that, but not in a formal group in this way, and that's why those names aren't on there.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else?
Thank you, folks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And for the high school, Dr. Jones?
Can we clap?
Yeah, good. Yeah, you want to clap this time? You got there you go.
If ever you felt bad for saying something, for it. Thank you for taking a look at this. This school improvement plan was looked at, talked about, discussed, and passed by the school council. And I'm not going to read every single bullet, but I will touch on the highlights, because if you remember that we just had an EASC visit, we just had a collaborative conference, and from that collaborative conference come suggestions about where we can improve, and the expectation is that we put that in a school improvement plan, and then our decennial visit, in about 18 months, they sent a team back out to check fidelity of implementation of the plan that they agreed to for accreditation purposes. So, that being said, the first one under excellence in social emotional learning, that hallmark, we're looking at expanding Excel training to all staff members during the school year, having professional development, utilizing existing staff, and Simple K-12, a program that we're using. We're also looking at solidifying communication programs and transitions between grade levels and schools. That's going to play out in the summer enrichment program, and you'll notice that with Curriculum coordinators doing work not just 9 to 12, but 6 to 12. So we're going to get those transitions down to help students move from the middle school into the high school. And we're going to be increasing school-wide opportunities for social and civic engagement. And that has to do with opportunities to participate in and take part in training and specialized events on anti-racism, anti-hazing, equity, things like that, which we have actually planned some things out for the beginning of the year and throughout the year already. The pre-K-12 system of teaching and learning, we're looking at becoming an innovation pathways designated school. We just attended our last workshop to kind of kick us off to that. We're in the middle of writing our implementation grant, and then that will be handed in July. Then we will begin Part A of the Innovation Pathways grant, which is due in October, and then they will decide whether they'll tell us to move forward, and then we hand in the Part B of that application, which finishes it, and then we'll be designated Innovation Pathways School in March of next year. So then you'll start to see these pathways into industry and experiences and internships and things like that. Another opportunity for students as we continue to expand our dual enrollment programs for college credit at the end of next year and the following years, when it'll really start to kick in from 9th to 12th grade, where students have the opportunity to leave with college credit, internship experience, and actual certifications ready to enter the workforce at entry-level positions in professional fields. So we'll be working on that. That's a mouthful. We're going to be streaming how technology is integrated into curriculum, and the key part of that is the idea of utilizing a single platform for a consistent curriculum that's accessible to all. That was one of the things that NEAS told us we need. You need a single format for all your curriculum that's accessible by all. So we'll be putting that together. We've already started. A couple departments are well on their way. We just have to give time to departments to put the rest together. The other piece from NEASC is develop a formal vision of the graduate. You can walk around here and ask people what they think graduates should look like, be like, or be able to do when they leave. You'll get different answers. They'll all kind of be around the same thread, but NEASC likes that written down in a nice, neat, canned phrase that they can use. So we're going to be putting that together to put forward to NEASC, so when they come back and check it, we have a formal vision of the graduate that we will market out to the community after seeking input and things like that. And then we're going to be looking at implementing and examining possible improvements to a new schedule. So we'll be implementing a new schedule next year that is a schedule we're planning on keeping for the next 5 years anyways. And it's built in a way that's flexible enough that we can make little tweaks to it that don't matter a lot. But the way it's being set up is so that we can start sliding into giving kids the opportunity to get out of the building for internships in a meaningful way, so we can build connections with the community and meet that benchmark 100-hour internship as a capstone for Innovation Pathways certification programs. So we'll start to be doing that, and we'll have that new schedule in place, and we'll start to tweak it and move it around as needed as we go further down that road. The next one is the same one that we all talk about, a safe and secure environment, working on different drills and things like that. Obviously, safety is paramount, and we just have to make sure that we're on top of the ball and paying attention to that and not being distracted by other things that go on during the course of the day. And then community engagement, highlight activities occurring within the school, things like that, much like we do now, but taking it up a notch, like putting a student column in the weekly newsletter and so forth, so that student voice comes out weekly in a newsletter from different aspects. Holding scheduled meetings, open forums with parents for things that I might have missed, things that I might not be thinking of, things that we might be skipping over as a school that parents say, hey, have you thought of this? This might be an issue, and having students available at that as well, so we get as much voice as possible in an unstructured environment as possible, so people are free to speak. And then create an improved relationship with businesses and local community groups. That has to do with the internship programs. And the last one is improving access and inclusion for our ELL population that's growing. One of the great things that the elementary schools did is that they put together a packet that ELL students can access and ELL families can access, and how to get involved, not just in school, but in the community, youth sports, things like that. Utilizing the resources that school has to be able to do that. We need to do that at a high school level and a secondary level because of students coming in. And the school council actually gave me the feedback on that, you know what, we should do that for everybody. Because somebody coming in, it doesn't necessarily just have to be for English language learners or people coming in from a different country. People coming in from a different town, state, whatever, might not understand how things work. So we'll be looking to put something together like that.
Awesome. Great. Any questions for Dr. King? Sure.
As for the safety and secure, I mean, the protocol's great, the training, if something happens, but is there any training prevention? You know, like, because friends and peers see stuff that parents and teachers don't, you know, and there's little red flags. And I don't know if you've ever addressed that, you know, because it'd be much better to stop something before it happened.
Agree 100%. And actually, some of the things that have come to light, whether they, you know, varying degrees of seriousness, obviously, but over the past couple of years here, where there have been a couple incidents and things like that, a lot of times that's brought to us by students.
That's what I was thinking.
So we've got that culture
They'd be
going
willing
that
to
we can
talk.
always improve and build on, because that's kind of a scary thing for a student to do. Amongst their peers. So we need to make sure that we support the students that do that and continue, I mean, you make a really good point, continue to put that message out there that, look, if you see, not to sound too tacky, if you see something, say something.
Yeah.
But basically, that's what it is.
It works.
John? Thank you.
Sure. A comment that came to my mind under increased school-wide opportunities for social and civic engagement. Solidify the transitions between grade levels in schools. It's under Excel.
Yeah, I gotcha.
So today when we were speaking with the students, so maybe you want to offer your comments, because I heard from the students they had an idea about transitioning middle school to high school. And it fits in, so that's...
Hi, so today we were talking with Miss Byers about how we would like to see more high school kids getting out into the community by interacting with kids in younger grades, or maybe implementing like buddy programs similar to the freshman mentor program, but with younger grades, because I think that would be really cool. We were talking about how at Family Science Fun Night, most of the kids who were involved at the high school level loved it, and they loved being able to interact with the kids in their community. And we were thinking, why not do more events like that, or even more programs? So we just wanted to bring it to your attention.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think, Emma, you also mentioned that you're on student council, and when you came up to the high school, you didn't understand what that was, and it sounded very business or serious-like. It's a lot of fun, and you would want to encourage 8th graders to join it. So, again, she was talking about the opportunity. How can we share the fun with the 8th graders before they come up here and go, it's kind of scary, and I don't want to join anything, so
That's great.
a little introduction.
Thank you, and thank you, Riley.
So that fits into you, Dr. Jones. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Yep.
No, thank you, that's good.
Yeah.
Can I just add, just
Sure.
this is a comment, I know that at Indian Head, there've been a ton of volunteers from the high school throughout the year this year, so they're already getting out there and getting in the community. I think there's about 45 kids volunteering at Field Day next week. They volunteered at the Fun Run, so they're out there. I think like the students were saying, right, COVID has done a lot, like we haven't been out and in the community, but hopefully, you know, you're a junior and you guys are sophomores, junior? Okay, so next year, right, hopefully we'll be able to get everybody back out there.
Great.
I
Thank
don't know
you.
if that's happening at all the schools. I would hope so.
Yeah.
So that volunteers are.
Thanks. Any other questions?
So one thing before we get a motion, I just want to say for the first time since 2010, tuition-free full-day K is not on the school improvement plans this year. So thank you to the community. The first time in a long time, so they had to come up with something else, you know? We just need a motion to approve.
Sure,
all.
yep. So I'd like to, I want to entertain a motion to approve all three of the improvement plans, school improvement plans.
As presented, so moved.
Second.
Thank you. Do you get David? Okay, we'll do a roll call. All set, Michelle? Yep. Mr. Boyce?
Yes.
Yep. Michelle?
Yes.
Yep. Dawn, I'm sorry?
Yes. Yes.
Glenn?
Yes.
Yep. David?
Yes.
Yep. Hillary?
Yes.
Beth?
Yes.
Yes.
Fred's yes. Chris Howard?
Yes.
Chris Scriven's a yes as well.
Thank you, folks. Thank you, principals. Before you leave, though, we're moving right into handbooks and changes in handbook. Any elementary principal want to speak on the handbook, or it's just changes in language, right? Come on up, darling. Yeah, I figured that.
Hi, I'm Darlene Foley, the principal of Duval. Similar to the school improvement plan, I work closely with my colleagues, Joelle and Karen, to work on the handbook changes. This year, most of the changes were from the tiered monitoring review process that we went through, led by Lauren Matheson. So all that all the regulations that either needed to be updated or added are now in the handbook for the elementary level. Do you want me to read them off, or you have the memo?
I think you're good.
Okay.
I think you're good. There's
Other
nothing major.
updates that were included reflected district changes. The mission, vision, and core values that was worked on in the prior year, that was updated. Addition of the Chromebook one-to-one technology program was added, and we also added the SEL language to our classroom management approach. And lastly, personnel changes will be updated before the start of the school year. That's it. Any
Do
questions?
them individually, or you want to?
Sure, we could do them individually, absolutely, yep.
Okay.
So yeah, take a motion to approve
So moved.
student handbooks.
Conley, were you doing first, Beth?
No, it's just as a whole, as
Yeah.
all elementary.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I
Yeah.
thought you wanted them individually.
Yeah, when I'm saying individually instead of elementary, middle, and high, instead of a core, because there's different changes at different levels.
Okay. We'll start with Mr. Boyce.
Yes.
Oh, actually, well.
You need a motion to accept, right?
Or is it?
Did you say it? I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
we got it.
Got it, got it.
Yeah, so Glenn stepped out, we can proceed.
Yeah, we can proceed.
Mr. Boyce, I'm sorry?
Yes.
Yes, Michelle? Yes. Yeah, Dawn?
Yes.
Yeah. David?
Yes.
Yeah, Hillary?
Yes.
Beth?
Yes.
Yes.
Fred? Yeah. Chris, Howard?
Yes.
And Chris Scrivens, a yes as well.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, elementary folks.
Thank you.
Josh and Carrie, want to talk about middle, please?
So again, so much of it is the same. You guys had, looks like you had the list of changes for the legal requirements, things like that. There's a little bit of difference between the elementary, middle, and high school, but we all included our respective piece in some of those changes, such as some of the discipline things. Like the elementary school, we updated the new positions. We just changed the names from the previous ones to the new ones. Our big major change this year was updating the dress code, and the dress code is going to pretty much reflect the high school's changes to the dress code at the middle school level. Outside of that, we had no major changes, just the addition of all the legal language.
Okay, so take a motion to
So
approve.
moved?
Second.
Yeah,
I have to comment.
sure, discussion, yeah.
Just discussion on the dress code. So we do have a policy, it's JICA student dress code, and it's not as detailed as the ones in the handbook. So again, I think that's something, as a committee, as our policy, we should look at aligning that.
Absolutely.
And it was a recommendation.
May I? Just
Sure.
because we were on policy
Yep.
sub, so that's totally.
Right.
When policy sub brought up we actually brought this up, and the, what am I trying to say? Feedback we received from Dr. Jones was, let us handle it in school council. We'll bring it to you for approval, and then once it's approved, policy sub will adjust our policy to reflect this one. Does that make sense?
Oh, okay, so the intention is to take the dress code in the handbooks now, and then adjust and
Make sure they
make
match.
policy change
Yep.
to match the handbook.
Yes.
Fred?
I would think that we'd want to check with two sources, one MASC, who we pay to provide us with the policies that are most up-to-date and legal. And secondly, if we do change something without their quote-unquote blessing or as part of their template, that we just have our attorneys, give it the proper look-see.
And as far as dress code, that's really open to this committee. It's vague, and some can be stricter, some could be less. And I think our goal, coming out of policy sub and going to Dr. Jones, was to have the least restrictive policy for all of our students, because some of the policy that we had, or the handbook policy procedure protocol was not equitable for all of our students.
I mean, I think this is perfectly reasonable. And proper. I have no problem with the way this is written for the handbook. Just saying, as a legalese, so to speak, by the time we get to September, we should probably, just have it less, so to speak.
Thanks, Fred. Any other comments?
Chris?
Oh, Chris Howard?
Yeah, just to piggyback on Fred's point, if we're going to check with council on that, can we also check with the ability to just put, for example, within a policy that we're going to follow the language in the handbook. Because I'm thinking if the school committee has to approve the handbook, we're not really losing any control over anything, and it just is gonna avoid the point that Don's bringing up with this constant mismatch of we approve one and then the other one's not approved. So just maybe a thought if we could
Yes.
point the policy to the handbook so we're not constantly doing this back and forth thing. We have to approve both, so I don't think we should.
Yep.
Good point.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, Chris. Okay, so we have a motion and a second, I think. Do we? Did we already? Fred, did you already?
Yeah, I made the
Thank you, yep.
motion.
And David
I seconded, yeah.
Yep, thanks. So we'll go to the roll call. Oh,
I'm sorry, just one follow-up, though.
Yeah.
Through you to Hillary. Do you recall, was there any conversation around middle school and high school being a little different? Because I see different numbers here. The middle school has 4 bullet points and high school has 6, and I'm trying to tie them out here as I'm toggling back and forth.
I think the conversation that we had, and Chris and Michelle jump in, I think the conversation we had was the building administration knows their students, and sort of, you know, the questions that I had were, what are the, like, dress code issues that you're having? And so
Right.
perhaps at the high school, they have more issues that they're having because the students have more autonomy, right?
Okay.
Like, mom and dad might not still be picking out their outfits, whereas a 5th grader, they might still be picking out their outfits.
Okay.
Right.
That's the only thing I could think of, but.
And I'll also add that one of our policy subcommittee meetings, when we were talking about this, we had building principals in attendance that commented and gave their thoughts.
Yeah, my thought is just going back again to MASC and Jim Hardy, who very strenuously said, your district is guided by policy. Yes, we have handbooks, but in the sense of that graduation example he gave, a parent can say, but this is your dress code policy, and this is all it says.
I think
So
what
you have a handbook. So that's my reason for bringing it up, is that I think there's still a difference. So if someone can say, well, your policy says this and your handbook says this, which one is your guiding and policy?
So I
is
think
that?
that's the intention, is to align the two.
Yeah, and I think.
But are
what
we going to
Chris
have two
said-
different dress code policies then, because middle school and high school are different?
Well, they're different age groups of students, right? And so I think that they're going to have different policies for a variety of different things. But I think to Chris Howard's point, that's what our intent was, to put something in our school committee policy. Dress code, we will follow the school-wide handbooks.
Okay.
But we couldn't do that until we, as a school committee, adopted their new handbooks. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Right.
Fred?
And as, of course, we want to get this blessed, so to speak, by our attorney or MASC, but we also give a very wide parameter to the administration, anything that's disruptive to the educational process.
Right.
So it's at their discretion, they're professionals. Now, no one's looking to hurt these kids. They want to come in, they want to be comfortable, they want to wear and express, but there just has to be certain guidelines which we spell out here. And if our policy is to adopt what the handbook says, as, you know, per the recommendations of the high school principal, and we're voting on a handbook every year, I mean, I think we're pretty much golden.
Yeah, the only thing I'd add is, you know, we will continue to have a policy subcommittee. That's their charge, to make sure all the policies are updated. And it's certainly our intention to align the two, the handbook and the policy. So I think we got it covered, yeah. Yep. All right, move to a vote. Mr. Boyce?
Yes.
Yes. Michelle? I'm sorry?
Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry. Dawn?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Mr.
Sorry.
DeGravi.
Yes.
David, yeah. No, you get too cute there tonight.
Yes.
Yes. Hillary? Yes. Beth? Yes.
Yes.
Fred? Chris Howard?
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Yes, and I'm a yes as well, Chris Griffin.
Thank you, middle school folks. Dr. J, once again. Yeah. Every time now.
Fred might want to clap, because I was going to say, as I move to the first thing that we have as a change is dress code, if I can maybe try and lend some clarity as to where we came from after the subcommittee meeting and everything. We tend to mix up the word policy. So you don't have to change, basically the policy that the school committee sets, under my understanding, is the fence. You put the fence around the yard, we play in the yard. And as long as we're within the fence, we're within the policy. So whatever policy you set is designed to be broad. We play in your yard, you don't play in ours, so you don't have to rewrite your policy every year based on any changes to the handbook. So as long as we stay within your policy, if you write that policy, then those are the procedures that we follow. We can't go outside of your fence that you put up, so to speak. So I think, Fred, I kind of agree with you. I don't want to hurt your feelings or anything, but as far as, we have changes to the dress code, and you're right, we do have a couple more bullets, but those are things like cleats and stuff like that, that we find more often at the high school. We changed it to be very broad. I'm not going to read through every bullet for you, but we cut out a lot of the bullets, anything that would make somebody feel like they're being objectified or it's not equal in application or anything like that. So we also did look at items that you really basically can't equally apply the same code to, and we changed it to that. So you'll see those bullets reflected there. Another change is electronic devices. It currently reads while classes are in session, headphones and cell phones are prohibited unless the express direction and permission of specific classroom teachers given. What we did is we added earbuds. Earbuds are a massive problem this year. So we're adjusting to that for in the classroom. And we'll be talking about that with students and teachers and everything when we come back in September. The other major one is number 3, which is athletic eligibility.
Excuse me, Dr. Jones, I think Mr. Boyce had a question on your last.
So on the, just the update writing, while our in-classes are in session.
While our in-classes are in session. While classes are in session.
Okay.
There's a typo in that, I'll change
Yep.
that.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There's another typo in that sentence that I've already looked at correcting, of for or for of, however you want to look at it.
Thank you.
Athletic eligibility is the next one. The genesis of that is to change back to hard quarters for grading purposes and things like that to determine eligibility, where before with soft quarter breaks, we were in direct confrontation with the MIAA. And so that meant if a kid was not eligible in the very beginning of the year, they couldn't play until the spring. It really was detrimental to students. So we're moving back to quarter grades. Students, if they do become ineligible for whatever reason, they have a much better chance of becoming eligible during the season to get back into sports. We realize sports are an important part of a student's life and a way to connect to the school. Then the fourth one is just all the legalese, the stuff that has to be changed according to the attorneys based on updates to legislation and things like that. Handbook was approved by the school council as well.
Excellent. Okay.
Motion to accept as presented.
Second.
Typos fixed.
Before you get another round of applause.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll move to a roll call vote. Mr. Boyce?
Yes.
Yep. Michelle?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Myers?
Yes.
Glenn? Yep.
Yes.
David? Hillary?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Beth and Fred, both yeses. Mr. Howard?
Yes.
And Mr. Scrivens, a yes as well. Thank you.
Thank you, folks. Thank you, principals. Well done today, as usual. Appreciate your time. Moving along to student safety and building security. We have plans in, this is a full meeting. We can have an open forum on safety. We can discuss and go through what we do. Student safety has been a priority for me since I became an administrator. Maybe members of the committee don't know, but in 2014, we adopted Alice in the district, and I was the trainer, along with Officer Harrington and Officer Frazier, to train our district staff. I have not continued with my certification as a trainer, but still follow up. In this district, we use Alice as a response to an incident. We also are going through a process to make sure our buildings are secured, and we've already noticed 2 issues, one at Whitman Middle and one at Hanson Middle, that we need to improve upon in our secondary entrance. If you've noticed, in all our elementaries, you buzz into a school, you are kind of in a vestibule. At Hanson Middle, you're not. We will be adding that this summer as a top priority to make sure we have another layer of defense. I've been in contact with both of our chiefs, and we all agree that we are going to move forward with a safety security audit this summer. I have some consulting firms already in my queue because the 3 of us just don't want to come up with a plan. We know our buildings too well. We want an outside look at our protocols, our procedures, what we can do differently, and I'd like to present that to you prior to the start of school, depending on how soon we can get this audit. But both Chief Mix and Chief Hanlon are on board with that, and I think it's a very good process. I believe after Sandy Hook, we did a similar soft look at our facilities. When Dr. Dillon was here, we put together our SEMP, which is our strategic plan as far as an evacuation, moving a protocol to move buildings, any type of disaster, we have that plan in place. But I want an outside look to see about building safety, building protocol, what we could do better, what works, and then present that to the entire community. But I just wanted to let folks know, safety security is on our plate. It's never lost. We didn't lose it through COVID. We did ALICE training with our staff, again, with Officer Officer Harrington, and the other Officer Harrington in February, so staff was trained. You saw building safety security as a pillar and a hallmark in our school improvement plans, and we will be working with our faculty and our building administrators to make sure our students are safe with the most up-to-date protocols that are out there in the Commonwealth and or the United States.
Yeah, Chris, please, go ahead. Okay.
Yeah, so if I may, this was one that Jeff and I talked about adding to the agenda specifically, and I think the essence of this is, as Jeff articulating, there's a lot of things that the district has done, but at the same time, and I think it was reinforced when you listen to the principals and assistant principals that spoke earlier, every single one of them talked about safety, and they also talked about community engagement. And so what we talked about is setting up a night, maybe not a formal school committee meeting, but setting up a night and just having a forum to allow every stakeholder we have to participate in that conversation. And this shouldn't be this is what we're doing. It should be tell us your thoughts, tell us your concerns, so that as Jeff then goes forward, we can roll that in. I've heard from a couple of parents about this specific topic. I'm guessing some of you have as well. I'm sure you all have thoughts and ideas. But this would really be, if the committee is good with it, setting up a forum, maybe in the PAC, getting some advance notice out there, and allowing everyone to kind of share thoughts, concerns, taking that feedback in, and then doing something with it. So that's kind of what we wanted to just take a pulse of the committee to see if that made sense, and if that's something that you all think is something we should do.
Fred.
And that's something that we did, was it 3-4 years ago now, up in the small lecture hall. That was very nicely received, and I think it provided a lot of good information. What people are thinking, what's on the horizon, and also some of the things that we've done. Like people forget, we put thumb latches in every single classroom that was eligible to be received. And we did that with state money. So, the 30-something thousand or 60-something $1,000 that it cost is covered. That was a very good thing that the district did. And it probably took us 1.5 years to do it. But, we've done a lot of good things. We continue to do things. And I think it would be good to share with the public the good part of what we're doing and what we've been doing, but also definitely to get people's feedback, ideas, and thoughts. And obviously we want everyone to feel comfortable in our buildings.
Thank you. I personally think it's a great idea. A subject as serious as this, and so many of us in the community are, rightly so, really concerned about this, to extend out to the community and to hear all voices. I think that's a great approach. Hillary?
Can I just add, I don't know, I think it's a great idea. When we're talking about everybody involved, I think it's really important that we have the people who are in the buildings with the kids, in the classrooms. Sure. As a teacher, people have said things to me at the fields, and I'm like, that will never work. That won't happen. Something at a high school versus a middle school and elementary school. I think that the principals have a good idea, but really the people on the ground in the classrooms, I don't know if maybe you could get some representatives from the schools. I think that would be really, really valuable and important.
Sure.
We can't forget that voice either.
No, I certainly think they classify as stakeholders, so absolutely, yeah.
Chris?
Yes, Chris?
Yeah, just to follow up on that point, and thank you for bringing that up, Hillary. So exactly, what I was thinking is when I heard Mrs. Downey and some of the other folks talking about basically doing the outreach, why do this in pieces and have 3 or 4 or 5 different school-wide meetings? Why not just bring everyone together and have the conversation together? So I thank you for bringing that up. That's kind of what I was hoping we could do.
So, can we get is that a good idea? Just
that's a great idea, yeah.
I just, okay, so we'll look at that, maybe at a next meeting, looking at a target date sometime this summer. And I would invite our local first responders there as well, because they're also boots on the ground. and what's real and not. So thank you so much for that. Summer programs, everything's listed on the website except one, and just briefing the committee. We're going to have an academic support program at Whitman Middle School this year, optional for ELA and math. It's not posted yet. George and I just put this together today for grades 6 through 8, district-wide, with a maximum of 40. We'll be putting that out there soon. Whitman Middle School also has a sports camp. Hanson Middle School will have a sports camp. Hanson Middle School has an academic discovery program open to all district students 6 through 8. And we have Camp Conley, which is running 3 weeks in July for all of our elementary students, which will be a hybrid of academics and fun stuff and athletics and other activities. And the high school has multiple things going on. I want to say both sports-wise, I know we have science camp, I know we have 3D camp, we will also have academic remediation with 21st Century, and we have our special education programs at Duval and the high school this summer. So we will be going, as of the 23rd, everybody gets a couple days off, and then we kick off in July.
If I could ask one question?
Sure, please.
Maybe it's just the normal speech pattern, but I thought that the programs are always open to all Whitman or Hanson residents, not necessarily district students.
Oh, okay. Are they not? I mean, yeah, we have that.
That was my impression for
Yeah,
years.
it is.
Okay.
Yeah, they are.
So if a child goes to a different school, it doesn't matter, they can join our district program.
That's absolutely correct. So the programs we have right now aren't necessarily based on skill level, so I'm not pulling their scores to invite them in, to leave that open for all of our kids. So like that academic program at Whitman Middle, 6 through 8, is really for the first 40 that want to come. If they're great students and they want a little extra, I have 4 teachers doing that over there. Same thing with the science camp or the discovery camp at Hanson Middle. So yeah, they're open to everyone on a first come, first served basis. I do have finances for transportation right now. If I can get a bus, that would be great. I can't. So we're still working on that. But again, the funding source is there for transportation. If I can get people to drive the buses in the summer, it would be a benefit. So that will be an ongoing, and we will let parents know as we go when that becomes available.
Dawn?
For the new program, 6 through 8, that you're presenting, do you know the time?
Not yet. It's 8:30 to 11:30.
Okay, so a morning
So
program.
it won't run, it'll run opposite of the sports camp, because I believe that's afternoon.
And then can you do like a district-wide family blast email to get that out to parents, or is it just going to be a flyer?
It'll be on the website, but we'll get something out to the middle level, because
Okay.
that's not posted yet.
Right, okay, thanks.
Okay. Any other questions? No?
So I'm good with that.
Okay,
John, budget?
great.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Just going to kind of walk through the documents like we have been doing the last few months. Try not to blizzard you. I'll go slowly. That helps. I'm not sure. The first document will be the monthly financial report. It looks like this.
What is the file name?
Doc 1? Doc 1.
Okay,
Monthly
what was it?
financial report, Doc 1?
Monthly.
Okay.
Doc 1.
19 pages?
3 are there.
19 pages of gold, yes.
19.
Yeah, okay, got it.
So this is just the monthly report that I report out every month about the general fund for the revenue and the expenditures. We're now through May. Obviously, we have 1 month left to go. The revenues are pretty much set, as you can see that's on page 1. We'll be getting a little bit more in June, but we're pretty much where we are right now. With revenues right now, we're at $54,145,000. Again, I'll be rounding the numbers off just so that I'm not getting down to the cents. But we're at $54 million on a budget of $56.7 million. What may change drastically in the last month was the big potential is Chapter 71 transportation. If you remember, we changed the methodology from a per student to a per mileage. I was able to go in and the DESI approved that change. I was able to go into fiscal year '21 and retroactively refile the end of the year report with that change in there. I haven't gotten anything whether or not I believe they've accepted it. It was in good order, but I haven't got anything official yet. If they do accept that, that's a difference of $356,834. So that may come in. If that comes in, general fund revenues are trending out to be $263,000 over the budget of 56.7. If that doesn't come in for whatever reason, and we only get what we were supposed to get, which is usually, again, if you're looking at Chapter 71 Transportation 000110 4622, and it's a $449,620. Usually that's about half because they pay it twice a year. We would get double that, or $899,240, and then we would be under $93,000 in the general fund for revenue. So that's really the big swing. Everything else is in. We're going to get our state aid. That's really the only real variable that could be out there. I'm hopeful that we'll be getting the additional mileage reimbursement, but again, I haven't seen anything in black and white. I just want to make sure the committee's aware of that, because they haven't posted anything yet about what the second payment will be for that transportation, and that's usually not until the last week of the year. So we probably won't. I don't know if we're having another meeting before then or not, but if we don't, we won't know until. I need to speak louder, so I'm going to bring the mic right up here. So, okay. So that's page 1 of the financial report. On the expenditures, again, we've gone through this every month. It's 19 pages of the general fund expenditures. The things of note, I guess, page 15 was the utilities. It's no surprise that our gas expenditures for gasoline have gone up, for fuel. Our electric bill is much higher than we thought. It has to do with the rooftop units to this building that were malfunctioning throughout the summer, and we had to run a lot more electricity there. That's a large amount of the deficit. Again, on page 17, employee separation costs. That was a question by Ms. Byers at the last meeting, and I would say that I told her I'd get back to the committee on the answer to her question. And her question last month, if I'm paraphrasing it, was why the big increase from last year to this year. And so that increase is due to the things, first of all, the things that we pay out of that fund, employee separation costs, out of that account, our longevities, both for paras and admin and teachers, retirement and separation payouts, 403B on behalf payments, contractual payments for Master 45, and perfect attendance. Those are the things that come out of that account. And our retirement costs, separation costs, have gone up over $175,000 over last year. So that was the increase, and that's what happened there. I said I'd report back out, and I just did so. So
Thank
I don't know
you.
if that was helpful or
That's
not.
great.
So that's monthly financial report number 1 through May.
Can I ask, I'm sorry.
Keep going if you want.
One question, actually, for Jeff. On page 10, so that's our schools and general supplies. So question is more around, we always give a supply list over the summer. We ask parents to pay out of pocket for some things. And I know I brought this up, I think, last year or during COVID, and we put a freeze on spending. So do we communicate to the building principals to utilize those supply funds that we've budgeted for to buy as many supplies as they can?
We do, and one of the things that I've talked to, and I think we had this conversation about unifying those supply lists in district and make them as thin as possible.
Right.
Because we should be able to absorb that. So that will be coming out this summer.
Okay. I'm just seeing a small balances here, but I just want to make sure that, our buildings know that if they have supply funds left, that they're buying as many crayons and pencils and.
So when you said thin, you meant the request from the parents to be.
Yes, I'd like to be as thin as possible, if not non-existent.
Gotcha, okay. Small.
Just to give you a heads up, I had the very same conversation with Ruth, I don't know, 9 years ago, 8 years ago. And she's like, I keep telling them, we have plenty of toilet paper, we have plenty of Kleenex. Don't ask the parents for
We
it.
can always ask more for more Kleenex. That goes really quick.
Kleenex, we
Right?
don't have a lot. Right.
Right.
No.
But no, that, one of the goals is, of the conversation, supply lists are something to go away.
Every week.
In today. And with the evolution of Chromebooks too, it's easier for us to do that.
Yeah.
So, thank you for bringing that up.
Yep. Okay. Thanks.
The next one of the monthly financial reports, numbers 2, 3, and 4. Number 2 is the monthly report of balance sheet comparisons and revenue expenditure comparisons. You've seen this every
John,
month.
just tell us which one it is.
Cherry.
Hold it up.
Sorry, this is what it looks like.
Okay, and it has the highlights on it,
At the
correct?
top, it says balance sheet comparison.
No highlights on it,
No, it says monthly finance
Mine.
report doc 2.
but I've got it.
Oh, mine's a highlight.
What does it say?
Document 2? Oh, sorry, you're on the hard copy.
I don't have the numbers, so.
No, I don't either.
It's a cherry sheet.
Here you go.
Balance sheet comparison.
Here we go.
Not the cherry sheet.
Not the cherry sheet.
Gotcha. All right.
Got it, John. Here we go.
Everybody good? Yeah. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So this is one that I've been doing every month, and we decided that we're going to really delve into it in the quarters. So I'm just kind of gloss over it, but if you have any questions, please let me know. Again, the balance sheet comparison, the assets is at the top left is cash. Cash is king. Everyone wants to know about what we have for cash. We have $8.8 million in cash through May this year. Last year, we had 8.1. So again, we're up $700,000 over last year. If you skip down a little bit to where it says total fund equities, and it says reserve for encumbrances, reserve for expenditures, all in that group right there. The last one is unreserved, or E&D. If the fiscal year ended on May 31st, our E&D would be $7.2 million. Of course, it doesn't end on May 30. We have a lot of June expenditures, but if it did, that's what that number means, and that's $358,000 up over last year. So that's where we are. If you're thinking about E&D, that's a number to pay attention to when I do these monthly reports. Again, the revenue and expenditure comparisons further down, just a comparison year to year, we're up 5.61% in overall revenues year to year. And the expenditures by DESI function, where we've spent $2.8 million more than last year. So right now, our revenues over our expenditures are about $60,000 or 1%. And then the fund balances are on the bottom there. So,
Yeah, Fred?
Investment income?
yes.
What type of vessels are we using? What are we investing in, money market, short-term bonds?
It's all, there's a list that the district is allowed to invest in. It's all safe things. We're not, cattle futures or anything like that. It's things that make very little money at the moment.
Low risk.
We're not, we can't do any speculative things at all. It would be against the law. So money markets, CDs. There's a money, MMDT is Massachusetts Municipal Depository Trust, I believe. They're a conglomeration of districts and towns, kind of pool their money together to get a better interest rate when they invest. We're in that. But it's pretty much, there's not a lot of long-term investing.
What are we seeing for rates, anything?
Off the top of my head, I don't know, but it's extremely low.
Are we over 2%? Are we over what the bands are costing?
No. We're getting almost nothing. 0.005 if I had to guess.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Yep, Mr.
Just
Boyce.
quickly, and you might see a loss there, but, and this is for anyone really, don't pull investments out and find yourself on the wrong side on an uptick. I'm glad you said that. I knew things were conservative for any public entity and so forth, but just be careful. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve.
Don't sell everything off.
Whoops. John?
Okay, so the next document is monthly financial report number 3.
Wait a minute, that was pretty good.
Not doing the dance.
John, mine aren't numbered, the hard copies
Okay,
aren't
so,
numbered?
I'm sorry, this one is the one that says Whitman Hanson Regional School District 21 to 22, actual comparisons
you.
as of 5/31.
Thank you, John.
Yep.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'll read the title.
No worries.
No, read the file name.
So again, this is a monthly report that I've been handing out. It's a comparison of, by DESI code for each grouping between last year through May and this year through May. And I highlighted the amounts that haven't really changed since I started doing this, whenever that was, September, October last year, of what are the drivers. Again, this is a report that we delve into more on the quarters, but I do it every month, so this is what it looks like. And the expenditures are up 6.19% over last year. The next document is going to be monthly financial report, document number 4, and it is 3 pages. And the title of it is Whitman Hanson Regional School District Revenue and Expenditure Schedule as of 5/31. And the top left says fiscal year, fund number 2104, FY22 Financial Literacy. And these are all the other funds that the district has other than the general fund. And it has a column of the beginning balance at the beginning of the year, what revenues we've taken in, what transfers in and out have happened, what expenditures have happened, and then the ending balance as of May 31st. If it's highlighted in yellow, and I hope yours are highlighted in yellow, it means that they are in deficit at the moment, but none of these deficits are going to be permanent deficits. They're just timing issues because we haven't got the grant money in. We spent the money in May and we didn't get the grant money until June. Or in the case on page 3, the large amount of $1 million under 6012 Hanson HVAC, that's covered by a bond anticipation note for $1,065,000. So even though there is a technical deficit, there is no deficit because we have short-term borrowed money to cover it. So right now, if the year ended in May, at the end of May, we would have no deficits to take. Any deficit that the district has at the end of the fiscal year comes off free cash or E&D here, excess and deficiency. So we don't have any at the moment, and I don't anticipate any because I watch it closely.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah.
This is for Jeff.
Yep.
How are we making out on the capital repairs for Whitman?
I will be on the next selectmen's agenda. I spoke to the
Oh,
town
okay.
administrator today.
Yeah.
So
The Whitman capital.
Oh,
the
yeah.
capital, meaning the mold.
Mold,
Right.
yeah.
So Lincoln and I spoke today, and I said, I asked him when the next meeting was. I was waiting for them to, the elections and then to
Reorg. They just reorg.
So I spoke to him today, and it's the 21st, just so you know, if people are watching, whatever, I'm submitting him a letter of requests to be on the agenda,
Okay.
but specifically around the mold issue.
Yep.
Sean?
And that's all there on that one. So the next one is monthly financial report, document number 5. And this is the FY22 budget through May. It looks like this. And it is for fund number 6013, the Whitman Middle School feasibility study. And then there's that's a 2-pager, and then document number 6 is just my spreadsheet that explains what's on that sheet. And this is a report of just where we're going. And, we started up with the Whitman Middle School feasibility study, and this is what's going on in that fund as of right now. I'll be talking later on about a bond anticipation note that was sold back on May 26th. Related to this, but that's what's going on here. So my goal, just so you know, like why am we doing it? Eventually, you're going to be less or almost no spreadsheets and more of using our, what we pay a lot of money for, our actual system to generate the reports that we need. So as you see, as we go month to month, you'll see more things like this and less things like this, which might free me up to do other things. So that's just where I'm going with it.
Great. Thank you.
Again, monthly financial report number 7, document number 7, and this one is called the Whitman Hanson Regional School District FY22 budget line item transfers. That goes along with document number 8 and document number 9 and document number 10. these are all, I've been giving the committee a monthly rundown of deficits and overages in every line item, and this is where we are through May. I've been doing it every month. If we're looking at the financial report number 7, it's my projection of what we're going to do, what we're going to spend to the end of the year. And it gets, again, this is through 6/2, so it's not going to match up to your end of May report. But this is every payroll, which is a lot of our costs are payroll related. Every payroll, I update this. Every vendor warrant that gets signed, I update this, so that I'm getting closer and closer to what our final amount will be, that may or may not be turned back to E&D depending on how things go. So document number 7 is all the deficits related to special education. These are all the line items. And there's the SPED portion of the budget is $11.7 million. If, as of right now, as of 6/2, actually, I have to do these reports up ahead of time so I can get them to you before the meeting. We would be turning back $324,000, again, just my projections. And that would be 2.77%. So that's how to read that report. It's in the bottom right. I put a number down there just for encumbrances. Encumbrances are expenses because payroll can't be encumbered. Expenses that are obligated to be paid right now but haven't been paid yet. And that can be a real bill that's waiting to be paid and it just hasn't been paid yet. Or it can also be I encumbered $10,000 for a monthly bill back in July, and it's only been $500 each month, and there may be something left at the end of that. Anything left in that encumbrance would be turned back into E&D. So what my assistant's doing, she's doing a fantastic job, Erica Sherman. She is going through every one of these encumbrances. At June 1st, I believe there were over 600 of them. She's going through them one by one and seeing and getting the measure of each one, where we are and where, can we close it out to E&D? Do we need more? Do we need less? She's doing a great job, and she's working through that as we go. As we get closer and closer to the end of the year, and as we spend things and we go through that pile, we'll have a better number of where we are. So, but right now, that's the SPED-related one, SPED-related turnbacks as of right now. And then document number 8 would be if we were to do transfers right now, those would be the line item transfers that would be SPED-related. And that would be $1.2 million on a $56.7 million budget, which would be 2.14%. Documents number 9 and 10 are the same thing, only on the regular day. The regular day line have more lines, and again, it's my extrapolation out of every single line item and what we will spend by the end of the year. And then document number 10 would be if we were doing transfers at tonight. This would where the lines would come from and where they would go to, and that's a fairly lengthy document, but. It ends up being that it would be 50. The last page is what's important is on a $56.7 million budget, we'd be transferring 4.28% as of right now. Again, things change. If you look a little bit above that on page 7, the last page is a negative $269,000 right now with, and I'm saying right now a lot, but as of right now. There are $1.2 million encumbrances, worth of encumbrances. Again, we need to shake out all of them and see if we need more or less or anything. So if you look at the way to look at this is you look at the SPED overage of about $324,000. We have an underage as of right now. I don't even know if that's a word, but it is right now. Right now, I want to say that $269,000 of a underage. So you net those together, and if the year ended right now, we would have 75,000. I'll stop.
Thank you. Got it.
I'm trying to think of how to explain it, and that's the best I can do. So that's all the monthly reports.
Thank you.
I was going to move on to state aid. So this is going to be state aid document number 1, and I'm going to be referencing just state aid document number 2. At the last meeting, we talked about state aid and where we were. It looks like this. This document number 1 looks like this. Document number 2 is something from the DLS. That looks, the Division of Local Services. I apologize for using acronyms without what they mean. So, on document number 1, it's a look at where we are on the top part of, it's called cherry sheet aid. Cherry sheet is the paper that it used to be cherry colored, that the state tells us what we're going to get in state aid. They call it the cherry sheet because it used to be on red paper. I've actually seen red paper cherry sheets from long ago. So the top part is a comparison over the governor's budget, the House budget, what we got in fiscal year '22, and the Senate budget. At the last meeting, we were talking about the sequence of what happens at the State House as far as the budget is concerned. I tried to remember all the steps, but I don't know if I got it all right, so I kind of put that down the bottom of the state budget process. The governor's budget comes out in January, then it goes to the House Ways and Means budget, which this year happened in April. The final House budget got voted in April. The Senate Ways and Means budget comes out, and that came out on May 10th. Right now, we're at the final Senate budget. I don't think they voted on it yet. I didn't look today. After that, it goes to the conference committee. The House budget has things in it. The Senate budget has things in it. They need to get together, and they need to work all those things out. That's what the conference committee does. They come out with a final budget, and then it's sent to the governor. That's step 7. Step 8, the governor can veto things in the budget if the governor decides to do that. Step 9 is the House vetoes, could override his vetoes, and then step 10 would be the Senate could override the vetoes. Both of those things have to happen for them, the House and Senate numbers to pass. Otherwise, the governors would hold on his numbers, and then finally we get the final budget. So I know that we've been talking a lot about we need to get things out early, and I don't, at least this is the timeline this year. Since we have to certify a budget, an assessment 45 days prior to town meeting, which is usually around March 18th or so, we have to go with the governor's budget. That's all we've got at the moment, at the time we're here. These other things happen. Most of the time they're done by the end of the year, meaning June 30th, but they've gone past that in the past. We're not allowed to do that. We have to, we have to do where we are. So I jumped down a little bit. I apologize. I'm jumping around, but I just thought of that. I wanted to make sure that I said it. In the middle of the report is the cherry sheet aid versus the approved budget. And again, the budget that the Division of Local Services has on their website assumes the old way for to do the math on transportation. That's why if you might look at it and see budget as voted of $1.4 million in regional transportation, and the Senate budget vote is amount is only $883,000. They're doing it the old way. That's what it would have been if we had not changed the methodology. So without figuring that in, right now we're $152,718 up over what was the budget that was voted. And then just in the bottom right of the block there is what regional transportation has done under the old methodology. The governor's budget, our regional transportation amount that we could have been reimbursed for was $1.1 million. The governor's budget was 75%. The House upped it to 76.6, and the Senate is right now at 78. So that's where they are on that. I don't know if that's helpful or
Thank
not. But, and so that's it there, and then that's on the state aid, and then band sales results.
Can I go back to
Sorry, go ahead.
state aid?
Sorry, Fred, what?
Quick question.
Sure, go ahead.
School choice, sending tuition. I understand we made a change in our school choice policy. Is it reflective? Are these numbers reflective of last year's numbers? Or count that has to be in, what, at the end of October? And we will see this money and then it'll impact us the following year? Or are they going to adjust this once the new numbers hit?
they assumed that we were going to continue with school choice. I don't think they haven't updated it based on the vote of whatever that meeting was. I don't know if it was last month or 2 months ago. So these numbers that have school choice that are school choice related assume that we would continue it. So there will be some lesser of that when we tell them that we haven't done that.
Can we get some sort of an idea as to what the financial impact is, just so we know?
Okay, I don't know off the top of my head.
I'm not sure, Fred. It'll really depend on where we are with numbers at the end of the year. We're just not accepting new students. That's all, at this point for this year. Existing students are here, so we can get a calculation of how many kids are still in district.
Yep.
We're just not accepting any new ones this year.
Don?
So, do we know how many graduated out, though?
Off the top of my head, I don't.
Don?
Yeah, I was going to mention that the state budget and the state aid and school choice is based on our October 1 enrollment.
Yes.
So our vote at a prior meeting doesn't impact what our numbers were as of October 1st, which provides us with this funding for this budget round. Now, if we happen to have 5 to 10 graduate out and we're not accepting 5 to 10 more in next fall, then next October's number might be less. So then you may see some difference.
And that's what I want to know, what it was based on. If it was based upon the enrollment.
Yeah, last October's.
October.
Yeah.
Thanks. John?
Just moving on to band sales, bond anticipation notes. That's document number 1, band sale number 1. And then number 2, I'll be referencing that as well. So on May 26th, we put out a $710,000 ban. $500,000 was related to the Whitman Middle School feasibility study. $210,000 was a rollover of an Hanson Middle School HVAC work that we had. They call it here school repairs, but that's what that one was. This sheet is the who bid, what the results were. Again, our financial advisor at Unibank is the market maker, I guess. They put everything out, put all the documents in, and we get bidders. We got 3 bidders. Our low bidder was Newburyport 5 Cent Savings Bank at a rate of 2.08%. And they got the award, but those are the other 2 bidders that you see there. So that's just the sheet that relates to the bond anticipation note. The document number 2 under the band sales is the breakdown from our financial advisor of how to break that $710,000 down as far as interest, because it was they were combined. $10,371.11 will be allocated to the Whitman Middle School feasibility study, and $4,355.87 will be interest that Hanson will have to pay on their HVAC. So that's a sheet from our financial advisor.
Thanks.
That's
Moving on?
keep going. Okay. And then finally, unpaid bills. If anyone is a veteran of town meeting, almost always at any town meeting, there are unpaid bills that have to be paid, and that's because these are things from bills from a prior fiscal year that don't have an appropriation. I attached document number 1 is the first unpaid bill. Document number 2 is the second unpaid bill, and I just attached the law that says what you need to do. So these unpaid bills are from June of 2020. They're related to the vendor is South Shore Educational Collaborative, and it was a...
Hold on one second, John, if you could.
Sorry.
Everybody got this document?
Yeah.
Good, thank you.
Have it?
Yes.
Yep, thanks.
So it was related to students and who was responsible for the payment. We went back and forth with South Shore Education Collaborative and...
So I can just help you out. We had a student that moved in from Quincy, and Quincy said we owned the whole bill. We said, Quincy, no, we don't own the whole bill. Mom and Dad were in different areas, and we've just had it rectified, and basically they said by... Was it Bessie? Not Desi. This sped.
It's Jesse, but it's their LEA.
Yeah. So we tried to fight this legally, and they said we own the bill. So that's why it wasn't like we forgot the bill.
Yes.
We've been fighting the bill to reduce that as much as possible, and we lost.
So this will require a 9/10 vote, correct?
Correct.
Okay, Fred?
And let me make a motion to pay the bill first of all, and then discussion. I had a question.
You have a second? David? Oh, Beth, thank you.
Just a
The funding source.
1 second, Fred. John
just a
had
point of
something to add.
clarification, there are
Yep.
two bills, so you
Yes.
said.
Thank you.
You might want to,
The motion was to pay both bills
both,
to
okay.
South Shore Educational Collaborative in this matter. What is the funding source?
so the funding source will be the grouping 9100 tuition to mass schools in the FY22 budget. It's line number 10310095901, district-wide sped tuition to other schools, and the two amounts are $16,598.55 combined.
Okay.
With that recommendation of the financing source, I would like to include that in the motion.
With that, Michelle?
With John's recommendation of the funding source included in the motion. Correct.
Okay. Any other discussion? No, we'll move to a vote. Roll calls. Mr. Boyce?
Yes.
Michelle?
Yes.
Dawn?
Yes.
Glenn?
Yes.
David?
Yes.
Hillary?
Yes.
Beth?
Yes.
Fred?
Yes.
Mr. Howard?
Yes.
And Mr. Scrivens, a yes as well.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Okay. So the next item on the agenda is the, at the end of the, end of cycle, I'm going to say it's a superintendent's evaluation. How's that?
Everybody's sleeping now, too, so that's good. Yeah.
So I'm just going to read off the results of that, that we all participated in. In the area of assess progress toward goals, we had, under professional practice goals, under that heading, we had 3 significant progress, 4 met, 2 exceeded, and 1 blank. A little further down, you'll see student learning goals, 3 significant progress, 4 met, 2 exceeded, 1 blank. Below that, district improvement goals, 1 significant progress, 6 met, 3 exceeded. Step 2 is assess performance on standards. Standard 1, instructional leadership. We had 3 needs improvement. We have 8 proficient, 2 exemplary on that one. The second standard under assess performance on standard is management and operations. And there we had 3 needs improvement, 6 proficient, and 1 exemplary. Standard 3, family and community engagement, we had 8 proficient, 2 exemplary. Standard 4, professional culture, 1 needs improvement, 8 proficient, 1 exemplary. Step 3 was overall, here's that word again, summative, okay. We had 8 proficient and 2 exemplary. Thought I could get around that. So. Any discussion? No? Oh, I'm sorry?
I'd actually.
Sure,
Yeah.
please.
Like to give feedback. Jeff, thanks for a great year, really, coming back from COVID. And my review was proficient in every category. And my comments are really to just expand on that. So I did make note that you successfully met all the goals that you set in one form or fashion. I won't read through the whole thing, but I do want to zero in on the number 3, deep dive into equity. I know you met that goal because you did receive the Equity, Diversity, Inclusion Plan from the consultant. It's a big report, so I kind of wanted to just touch on it. It's 36 pages and it has 67 action plan recommendations. So this is nothing reflective of your review, but, going forward, next steps really to determine, how the administration may respond to those recommendations in the plan. Actually, I think it was the last recommendation, they mentioned that former English language students must be monitored and followed for 4 years these are the English language learners, following a reclassification to ensure continued progress. So when I think back to our budget and we talked about the English language learner population and is it a bubble and so forth, my interpretation is that when we give these students the support for English language learners, we still have to follow them for 4 years. So just from a budgeting perspective, we're going to need to continue to support them and follow them in one manner or fashion. And then just the second to touch on equity, diversity, inclusion. And Actually, I didn't know Mr. Selectman Evans was going to come and add a comment, because I did want to touch on the equity in the form of our policy. It's ACAA, non-discrimination on the basis of gender identity. So I did want to touch on that, and that as far as the graduation gowns, our policy says schools should review and evaluate any gender-based activities and replace gender-based activities or practices with non-gender. So it's just speaking to next steps in this goal that you have. So we now have the tool and you have the plan, and thank you, and I hope that we can continue to look at and work on that.
Thanks, Don.
Thank you.
All right. Next item on the agenda.
Thank you, folks. Appreciate it. Thanks for your time. Yeah, I appreciate it, and I appreciate the feedback. And looking forward to another good school year. For sure. It's all right. No worries.
Yeah, so the next one is the tiered focus monitoring.
So this is relatively brief. You all received something from DESI, the tiered focus monitoring piece that we were going through this fall, this spring. Some of the highlights we've addressed in the handbooks. We will address the student discipline piece where we didn't meet what we needed to do. We will meet by November. I'm going to give Michael a chance to read it, and then he'll report out in August about where we're at and what that really means for the district. I just didn't want to introduce him today and say, hey, by the way, you're not even employed yet, but here's the tiered focus monitoring. But you all received it, so I didn't want you to say, hey, what was this document? Lauren did an outstanding job with her team. Nikki was involved all the way through. We came out really well just because of the practices that we do, and it's great that we were able to address just the areas that they wanted to address relatively quickly. So that's it.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay, the next item on our agenda is the school committee strategic planning working groups. It's something that we've done, we started last year. And it's an opportunity for us all to identify and focus on long-term plans. Really just need to decide if there's something we want to do, and would we have our brainstorming meeting on 6/22.
Yeah, we're looking, I mean, Chris and I were talking, Chris Howard and I were talking, Chris Scriven was also involved. Just does this committee want to, we did this last year as a brainstorming session. One, helped me determine my goals for the future, or for that school year, and piggyback on some of the action items that the school committee kind of brainstormed. But it's not set as we have to do that. So we wanted to put this out here, really talk about it, and if that's something feasible that this committee wants to do as a brainstorming session on the 22nd, it's a couple weeks from today, and then kind of firming that up into small subcommittees or whatever comes out of that meeting, we can move forward with it. But we didn't want to assume that that's the direction the committee wanted to do.
Yeah, so I don't think we need a vote, but kind of get a consensus, and obviously opinions or discussion. Fred?
Yeah, I think it's always good to communicate and have workshops and brainstorming sessions. And perhaps I'm being a little selfish, the 6/22 date is a little bit soon for me. Or the 6/29 date would be a little bit soon. I'll be in Las Vegas, and then where else but Myrtle Beach right after that. So, but I think it's a good idea, and I think it's a good idea for the community to be able to discuss different goals and different aspirations, and then perhaps work in smaller groups, perhaps, or the entire group, and determine how can we accomplish this if it's something that we're looking to accomplish.
Yep. Exactly. Thank you.
See it to fruition.
Hillary?
I think that the workshop working groups that we had last year were really successful, right? We had 3 of them, and 2 of them were adopted this year into the budget. So I would definitely support doing it again. I think the brainstorm meeting we had last year, like, did we submit ideas ahead of time and then give a spreadsheet? Does anyone remember how we did? I just remember there was like we had tiered voting,
Catch you,
right?
Chris, hold on.
But George wrote them up on the board.
That's right. And then we voted later,
Yes.
right? Okay. Yeah, I just think it's a really good idea. I mean, we've heard a lot of things from the students. And, I understand that a lot of what we do is budget, but there's a lot of things that we can do for the students that we did in the subgroups that we had last summer.
Great, thank you. Chris Howard?
Yeah, so just a couple of things. So one, completely understand scheduling challenges. I know the summers are tough. The only thing I'm thinking though is if we're not careful with the dates, we won't get done. Like, it was a tight timeline last year. I think all of you remember when we started and when we ended up, it was kind of tight. So maybe we could still, Fred, if you're up for it. So to Hillary's point, it was really just everyone sharing one or two ideas, just going around the table, everyone having a few minutes. We weren't making any decisions that first meeting. It was just kind of going around and sharing concepts, and then kind of opening it up for additional public comment or engagement. So maybe, Fred, if you're willing, we could do the 22nd meeting, and you could just submit something via email or whatever. We could read those off, and then we could try and rework the 29th meeting to kind of day that hopefully everyone's available to kind of see the improvement. So I just worry if we put it off too far. If we start in July, there's no way we're going to finish by August.
Yeah, and, I would be thankful of that opportunity and make the most use of it, being one member. The 22nd, I can even try and call in. It's semi-doubtful, but I could try and call in the 29th. I've got a 5:24 p.m. flight back home, so there's no way I can call unless I had, this weather or delay or something.
Okay, thank you. I have Michelle, and then Dawn, and then David, I believe, right?
Oh, I mean, you might have been.
Oh,
It doesn't matter.
Sorry.
Okay,
Yeah.
I just want to say I think this idea is great. I thought we had, like Hillary said, so much success with what we did last year. The groups came together, we got full-day kindergarten. I mean, they worked really hard on their presentation. I know we had a lot of other things going on. I think it's great. And to agree with Chris, the sooner the better, because we did feel like it was a tight timeline last summer so I'm all for it. I think it's great.
Awesome, thank you. Dawn?
I echo everything Michelle just said, and I won't be here on the 29th.
Yeah, I won't be here on the 29th if we're sharing dates, but I'm available on the 22nd.
And I don't want to delay it either.
Right, exactly. I don't either.
But I have
Okay.
a flight that day.
Well, thank you. Maybe we can make some other.
I know, well,
Yeah.
I'm not.
David?
I'll be here.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to what everyone was saying.
Hold on, Fred.
And, we're concerned that we have, a couple people might not be here on the 22nd or 29th, but even if they're not available, maybe they can email the committee or email the chair the ideas of some recommendations they want to put onto the board. And then obviously, like I think it was Mr. Howard who was just saying, that we're going to need to start this process in late June. That way we're all set by the end of the school, or by the start of the school year. I personally find the process to be really beneficial. I know we've had a lot of really great constructive conversations. I know the working groups have been phenomenal, and I think us as a committee, it really kind of gets us all on the same page and what our expectations are for at least the remainder of the fiscal year, and I really think it's just a good way to zero us in and to have a really great conversation around education, to really be talking about what's best for the students, what's best for our community, and really being oriented around that. So, I love it, and I think we should get it either the 22nd or 29th, and to those who can't attend, I would ask you, if it's all right with the committee, to email the chair your ideas, and then we'll follow up at some point in July, hopefully.
Yes.
Sounds like a good idea. Yeah, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, Beth.
No, that's okay. I just raised my hand. So I have a question in regards to the 22nd. So it would just be on this. My concern is, I know that the Unit A is ratifying next week. So at what point do we meet so that we would vote to ratify or not?
So depending on what comes out the next meeting, yes. So I'm going to cover that in negotiations.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It was kind of like melding in here a little bit to the date. Okay.
Yeah, okay. Any other comments or, nope, okay, moving on. Next item is subcommittee assignments and representatives. We'd
Chris,
like.
I can take this.
Oh, sure, thanks, Chris.
Yeah, so really would like to try to handle this at that June 22nd meeting, if at all possible. Really, we don't have anything pressing, and based on our prior vote, any school committee member can sign warrants. And just so you have some food for thought, right, we already have a building committee, which is comprised of Fred, Beth, and Chris Scriven. We have negotiations for A is still Fred and me remaining. B is Chris Scriven, C is David, and D is Steve Boyd. So for those, just for continuity's sake, I think it would make sense to keep those as it is rather than try to change those. And so really when we talk about subcommittees, there's really kind of three major ones that we probably need to think about, which are facilities, budget, and policy. So what I was hoping is we can start to think about those, and maybe everyone kind of be prepared with, hey, this is my first and second choice. And we can just kick off that meeting on the 22nd by just kind of going around and populating those. There's 10 of us. So ideally, we have 3 per subcommittee. If we need to have 4 on one to round it out, that's fine. And then we also do have various representatives, coordinators, an MASC delegate that we also need to go through. So just not being there tonight, and it's also getting a little late, for me it would be a lot easier to do that in person rather than trying to figure out over the phone and corral that. So hopefully that makes sense. And then the only other ask of the committee was the regional agreement committee, because we talked about that a number of times. Jeff alluded to meeting with the Whitman selectmen, and what I was hoping the committee would be okay with is if we piggyback, so Jeff and I would piggyback and meet with both the Whitman selectmen and the Hanson select board, just to get feedback on their thoughts to a regional agreement committee. Because what we did last time is we formulated the committee, and I think if we do that, you know, we're missing an opportunity for collaboration and communication. So I'd much rather go to them with, hey, what are your thoughts? Is it something you'd like to do? Do you have thoughts on what the committee should be comprised at or of? And then share that with the school committee before we actually populate the committee with ex-school committee members, or people at large, or selectmen, or select board members, or finance committee members, and so on and so forth. So the point of that conversation is not to make any recommendations to the select board or selectmen, but simply to ask their thoughts and opinions and then bring back that back to the school committee so we can eventually populate that.
Chris,
I'll do that.
just one quick question from me, Chris. So meeting with the selectmen, you guys will be discussing more of the process, right? Not like the substance.
It would simply be, hey, the school, I believe the school committee has provided several opportunities for feedback where they would like to reconvene the regional agreement committee. And prior to us, because the one that we have is lapsed, right? It wasn't reorganized, so we don't have one right now. It's lapsed, it was never reorganized, it doesn't exist. So prior to, you know, just sitting here and creating a vote of, hey, we're gonna have these people on it, what I'd like to do is get feedback on, hey, we're thinking about putting this together, what are your thoughts on participation? Not taking away from the decision-making of the school committee, but I think it's just a good step. We need all 3 parties to agree on this, and if we just say, hey, we're gonna have, these people attend out of the blue, I just think we're starting off wrong.
Oh, I agree. So David had a question?
No, actually, Chris beat me to it. I was going to bring up the Regional Agreement Amendment Committee and talk about if it would be worth discussing this during today's meeting or wait till the 22nd, but he already answered my question and beat me to it. So thank you, Chris.
Okay. Mr. Boyce?
Yes, just wanted to say that we didn't have our Pilgrim Area Collaborative meeting the first Thursday of the month, but generally in June we have 2 meetings, and I have a budget subcommittee meeting as well as the regular monthly meeting coming up, I believe it's the 16th. So I'm going to plan to attend.
You're still on it.
that.
You're
Yeah,
the guy.
on behalf of
You're
our
the
committee.
guy.
The other thing I wanted to ask was, we're going back to a local school committee representative for North River and South Shore.
So that's still, their board of directors still want a superintendent.
They do, okay. Well, it was on the list, I wasn't too sure.
I have to be.
So you have to be it.
I have to be the.
Just checking, thank you.
Okay. Fred?
I would think it's a good idea to, ask the selectmen and form the committee that way. But I also think perhaps a quick phone call to the men from Mars.
Yep.
And, they have the template. I would have to think that for them to work in conjunction with us would be very, very few dollars. And it's something that they are right up to date on as to who's doing what in the state with regional agreements.
Thank you, Fred.
Thanks, Fred.
That's a good point.
Yep.
Any other, Chris, sorry?
No, I agree, Fred, we can pull that into.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you. Anything else? No? Okay.
Annual agenda.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you want to?
Chris, you want to talk to the annual agenda?
Yes, please, thank you.
Sure.
So for the annual agenda, most of you remember this, but we basically laid out for the entire year the major items that we wanted to cover in every meeting. So that's something that, again, we'll be working on for next meeting. Bringing it up now because if any of you have any thoughts on things that should be on there, it's still in the Google Drive, the old one from last year, so we'll probably use that as a basis. But if any of you have any thoughts, like, hey, we didn't spend any time on X initiative or discussing why last year you'd like to add that, just shoot me a note so that we can have that on our draft.
Thanks, Chris.
When does your flight leave?
All right. Next item on the agenda is the field trip requests, and I'll let Jeff take that.
Yep, so in your packet, you have a request for some winter field trips from the athletic department. The challenge with this is providing you information is he can't, until you're approved, he can't book his flights in his hotels. So you're looking at a boys hockey trip to the Vineyard, you're looking at a boys basketball trip to North Orlando, the girls basketball team going to Tampa, and the volleyball team going to Virginia. That's a little sooner, it's over Columbus Day. So I'm just looking for a motion to accept, and if you need more information, we'll get it to you as they go.
Chaperones,
Yeah,
nurses.
everything will be later on as they go, yep.
Yeah. Any discussion? I have a motion and a second, right?
Yep.
Okay. We'll go to a roll call vote. Mr. Boyce?
Yes.
Michelle?
Yes.
Don?
Yes.
Glenn?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
David? Hillary? Beth?
Yes.
Yes.
Chris Howard?
Yes.
And Chris Scrivens a yes as well.
Donations.
Next item is the donations, and again, Jeff will take care of that.
So we have 2 donations to accept. One is from the First Baptist Church. They've donated elementary school supplies, crayons, pencils, things like that, which we've taken already, so I'm just, motion to accept them.
So moved.
Motion to accept with a note giving
It's already-
our heartfelt thanks.
It's already there.
Second.
Yeah. but
Yeah,
thank you.
there we sent them letters, this is formal, yeah, we got your letters out already. We'll just have to accept it.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. We'll go through a roll call vote again. Mr. Boyce?
Yes.
Michelle?
Yes.
Dawn?
Yes.
Glenn?
Yes.
David?
Yes.
Hillary?
Yes.
Beth?
Yes.
Fred?
Yes.
Chris Howard?
Yes.
And Chris Scriven is a yes as well.
And the second one, I was looking out my window one day and I noticed that our POW flag was tattered and torn. And the size of the US flag was not what I thought was appropriate for our flagpole. So Michelle and Lori reached out to the quartermaster and he said, bring them and I'll get them. And we put them up that day. So now we have a better than regulation size American flag flying out there and a brand new POW flag, which I feel is very important for us. And I just appreciated the quartermaster's response within minutes. He had them to us.
That's excellent.
Motion to accept with great thanks.
So moved. Second, sorry.
All right, roll call vote. Mr. Boyce?
Yes.
Michelle?
Yes.
Dawn?
Yes.
Glenn?
Yes.
David?
Yes.
Hillary?
Yes.
Beth?
Yes.
Yes.
Fred? Mr. Howard?
Yes.
And Mr. Scriven is a yes as well. Thank you. Now we're moving on to subcommittee reports, and we'll start with the building subcommittee.
Okay, Whitman Middle. We have a architect, we have a project manager, we have a timeline. The first significant timeline that we're going to see is going to be this fall. And there are different projections and different things that we'll get exact dates from MSBA as to when there are 2 reports due. One of them will be done in the fall, the other one next spring. And at that point, Lord willing, we're going to be kicking and going. So it's getting exciting, at least conceptually.
Yeah.
And once we have the concepts down, hopefully we'll be able to take the next step and build the school.
Okay, hopefully. Yeah.
July 11th, is it?
That's what we said. Yes, right?
When's the Adam's
20,
birthday?
wait a minute.
I thought it was July 11th.
No, because that's a Monday.
July 12th,
July 12th.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, they were going back and forth.
All right. Next item is the budget subcommittee.
Chris, do you want to talk about this, or do you want me to?
Go ahead, David.
Okay, so the budget subcommittee met today, me, Mr. Boyce, and Mr. Howard. We approved some meeting minutes, and Mr. Stanbrook and Mr. Simonak presented a level service 5-year plan with 31 assumptions. We reviewed it, we discussed it, we're going to talk more in depth about it and continue at our next meeting. I think that's going to be the 21st. And then from there, we are going to approve of everything, send the recommendations forward, and then present it to the full school committee and go from there. How's that?
Awesome, very good.
Perfect.
You do good work, excellent. Then negotiation subcommittee.
So on behalf of Unit A, We're almost there. The Unit A has set a ratification date for Tuesday, next Tuesday. Everything looks very good. We just went back and forth on a few things as far as just wording in the contract. I will send out that language out to Andy before they ratify. Then we will bring it to the committee if we're meeting on the 22nd for your approval moving forward. Unit B, Chris and I met with Unit B yesterday. David and Steve have met with C. Have you met with D yet?
I haven't, no, that will be on
Next
the
Monday, the 13th. So we're in process with that. Hopefully, we can get some resolution by the 30th, but I'm not super sure that we're going to get resolution for B, C, and D by the end of the school year. But A should be is in a very good spot. And thank you to everyone that's participated, especially the Unit A members.
Okay, awesome. Any,
I was going to ask a question. Duty aids, which do they fall under?
D.
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 Okay.
That's Mr. Boyce.
Okay. I received feedback that pay is,
We can't.
oh.
Yeah, that's really, talk to
Oh,
Steve.
yeah, okay. It wasn't regarding negotiations, but just, I'll hold that.
Thanks.
thank you. All right, so the last item on the agenda is just clarifying the date for our next meeting.
Yep.
Do we have something targeted? I
22nd.
looked. Oh, yeah, it's the 22nd, right, we talked about that. Okay, so our next meeting apparently will be the 22nd.
Okay,
All right,
excellent.
great.
Thank you.
Right here, same time?
Yes.
Yes, 6:30, yep, yep. Yeah, and I just want to say thank you all. My first crack at bat here, and I think I got on base.
Yeah, you did.
For help.
You're on the third
Just
now.
second.
You're on the third.
That's your second time.
Yeah, you've done it before.
You did it
Have I?
before, yeah.
I think
That
That's
was
why it
quick.
was so easy.
Not in this
All right.
duration.
Well, I'll take a motion to adjourn.
so moved.
Second.
All right, roll call vote. Mr. Boyce?
Yes.
Oh, okay, Michelle? Dawn?
Yes.
Gwen?
Yes.
All right, David?
Yes.
Yep. Hillary?
Yes.
Beth?
Yes.
Fred?
No,
Ah,
I just wanted one call. from
sure,
the
okay, for the record, yep. And Mr. Howard?
That wasn't, this went well.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, everyone. Yes.
All right, thank you, and Mr. Scrivens,
Yes.
yes vote as well. All right, thank you
Thank you.
all. Good night.
Enjoy the game.